Chapter 1146. The Khanate Gourd. This was the spirit root that was recorded by the ancestors. The king of Shang felt his blood boiling. This was a Khanate gourd, a Khanate treasure. Only the legendary kings or the demon gods were qualified to possess such a treasure. He could not help but take a few steps forward. The suction force from the black gourd increased by several notches. Even with the suppression of the mountain pearl, the king of Shang felt his body being dragged forward uncontrollably. However, the king of Shang's eyes burned even brighter. This Khanate gourd was already so powerful just by itself. One could only imagine how powerful it would be if he were to pluck it and refine it. Among the many Khanate treasures, the Khanate gourd was famous for its power and treachery. With this gourd, the Wood Witch tribe will be nothing. I won't even be afraid of a fifth-level true god. His heart burned with eagerness. He could see that the black gourd was not fully mature yet. Once he plucked it, its power would be greatly reduced. However, he did not care. Activating the mountain pearl, the king of Shang took a deep breath and suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart. He slowly walked toward the gourd vine. In just a few steps, the king of Shang felt as if centuries had passed. He finally reached the gourd vine. He touched the black gourd. At this moment, the black gourd stopped its suction force. It only emitted a faint black light. Although the gourd was black, it looked extremely exquisite and curved. The king of Shang could not bear to put it down. He could not bear to pluck this treasure. Should I wait for it to fully mature? A trace of hesitation flashed across his face. However, in the next moment, he made up his mind. He must pluck it. He looked at the other two gourds. One of them was a holy white color, while the other was a faint gold color. There were two more anyway. He made up his mind and was about to make his move. However, at this moment, a ray of black light suddenly flew out from the ground. The figure in the black light instantly saw the king of Shang who was about to pluck the gourd. A trace of anger flashed across his face. Heaven-rank law, reincarnation of the common people. The black divine light swept towards him. The king of Shang's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of danger. He was both shocked and angry. Someone is ambushing me. In his shock and anger, he instinctively activated the mountain pearl's power. It transformed into the shadows of mountains in front of him. However, it was useless. The pitch-black divine light seemed to have penetrated the void and blasted into the Shang king, who was still in shock and anger. A huge vortex was formed and poured into his spiritual soul. The huge vortex grew bigger and bigger, turning into 3,000 huge red dust roulettes. Without any power to resist, his divine soul fell into the 3,000 huge roulette wheels of the mortal world and was drowned by the billions of mortal worlds and the endless 5 essences and 6 desires. In the outside world, the Shang king, who was still holding onto the small black gourd with both hands, froze. His expression was blank, as if he had lost his mind. There was a flash of black light, and Qin Feng appeared on top of the gourd vine. His face was full of anger as he kicked the king of Shang. Bang! The Shang king was sent flying back several hundred feet before crashing into the wall of the cave. After sending the Shang king flying with a kick, Qin Feng looked at the universal gourd vines and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the black gourd was still intact. That was close. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Then his face turned gloomy. That was close. At the last moment, he had refined the spirit pearl of the king Great Spirit Vein and discovered that someone had broken into the gourd cave. If the black gourd had been taken away, it would have been difficult to make up for the loss, even if he killed the thief. Qin Feng had already planned for the first Khanate black gourd to be formed on the gourd vine. Damn you! Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze fell on a middle-aged man in white robes on the stone wall. He was still angry. In a flash, he grabbed the king of Shang and dragged him down from the stone wall. The king of Shang's divine soul was trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, he was unaware of everything that was happening outside. The cycle of life and spirit was in the cycle of reincarnation. Qin Feng gradually grasped a part of his memory fragments. He glanced at this guest who had come from outside the twilight desert. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a starlight sword tore through the void. It pierced through a certain point in the void, and a very private space appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. The cultivation rules of the divine tree mainland were similar to that of the primordial age. Here, bloodlines were the foundation and totems were the surface. Most people did not open up their inner worlds. Thanks to this, Qin Feng easily tore open the king of the Great Shang tribe's private vault. The Great Shang tribe's vault was huge. There were pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals, pieces of high-quality iron, and even the Great Shang tribe's thousands of years of savings. There was no lack of good stuff. Qin Feng chuckled and waved his hand. Instantly, the Great Shang tribe's thousands of years of savings were transferred to his divine kingdom. Suddenly, there was a flash of green light. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a dark green bead flew into his palm. Restriction-breaking pearl. Qin Feng looked at the pearl in surprise. It was another restriction-breaking bead. However, compared to the immemorial restriction-breaking pearl in his hand, it was much better in terms of size and quality. It was obviously made by a real, primordial ancestor. Compared to this restriction-breaking pearl, the one he got from Qian Kai was only a substandard one. No wonder you could avoid the power of the natural array and find this place. Qin Feng smiled coldly. He kept the treasure. He had no use for it, but he could leave it for his family to use as a foundation. He glanced at the king of Shang, who was still immersed in the 3,000 reincarnation great worlds and suffering from the 5 essences and 6 desires of billions of people. He wanted to kill this person with a slap. However, after thinking about it, this person had some connections with the outside world and should have some understanding of the situation outside the Twilight Desert. He was valuable, and it would be a waste to kill him. Thus, he decided to reward this person with a chaotic light and darkness seal to seal his cultivation. He would be dealt with after the Cloud Region's underworld was opened. Qin Feng glanced at the pale, golden gourd vines in the stone room. He grabbed the king of Shang and disappeared from the stone room. In the next moment, he appeared outside the barren mountain. His gaze immediately locked onto the 4 15th level experts outside the barren mountain. They were dressed differently from the people in the Twilight Desert. Shang Yun and the others immediately noticed the sudden appearance of Qin Feng and the king of Shang in Qin Feng's hand. Their expressions changed, and they were about to attack. Qin Feng smiled faintly, for pale blue divine lights appeared around him and swept across the 4 of them. The blue light engulfed the 4 of them. Suddenly, countless roots deep inside their bodies turned into pale blue lotuses. The 4 of them were trapped like rice dumplings in the blink of an eye. Now that I've refined the Cloud Ridge, there are no more obstacles. The next step is to open the Cloud Region's underworld. Chapter 1147. Wu Prefecture. Above the sea of clouds, 2 streaks of light were approaching Xinfeng Oasis like shooting stars. Zhu and Yangzi, tell me the truth. Do you have any grudges against the 9 Serenities, King? Among the streaks of light, a dense yellow wind swept across, and a muffled voice came from the yellow wind. It was a level 15 existence, and a very famous one. Earth Saint City, Yellow Wind Venerable. He was famous in many prefectures. Most of the Earth Giant tribe had heard of his fierce name. He was an extremely ferocious existence. He was a level 15 Middle Heaven Realm existence. As for the other person, it was none other than Zunyangzi, who had been coveting the 9 Serenities tribe. After the ancestral worship ceremony, he could not wait to ask Zhu Ting to take action. Zhu Ting had long been annoyed. He casually sent Yellow Wind Venerable to rush to Wu Province together. Zunyangzi said in a low voice, "Venerable, I'm not the kind of person to avenge private grudges. It's just that this person's origin is mysterious. I've heard that he only appeared in Dusk Sand Continent not long ago. In less than a month, he has unified Wu Prefecture. I'm afraid that he will become a threat to Earth Saint City in the future." A cold laugh came from the yellow wind. "That's enough. I've heard that you've been wanting to establish your own tribe for a long time. You're right. As a tribe leader, even if it's a small tribe with only a few hundred people, You'll have more luck than an ordinary guest elder. In Yellow Wind's opinion, Xuanyangzi was just jealous. Xuanyangzi said in a low voice, "Venerable, you've misunderstood. I'm not disloyal to Earth Saint City. It's just that the Nine Serenities King is ambitious. According to the rules, newly established tribes have to come to Earth Saint City to worship. However, he only sent a few insignificant subordinates. He obviously has the intention to rebel." "Enough, Xuanyangzi. You don't have to explain. It's just a tribe. So what if he's the overlord of Wu Prefecture? I don't care what reason he has. If Earth Saint City wants to kill him, we don't need a reason. However, I want 3/4 of the things in the Nine Serenities tribe." Yellow Wind sneered. There was a murderous intent in his words. The two streaks of light were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at Xinfeng Oasis where the Nine Serenities tribe was located. They did not hide their powerful aura. "Ninth Underworld King, get out here." A terrifying sound echoed in the sky above the tribe. The entire tribe buzzed as if countless thunderbolts had struck. Even many spirit roots seemed to have been injured. Actually, the experts of the Ninetale tribe had noticed these two figures when they appeared in the sky above Wu Prefecture. At this moment, he was already prepared. Deputy Patriarch Yi Ding, who stayed behind to guard the Nine Nether tribe, walked out of the village gate under the escort of the 5 elders, Tong Yun, Tong, and Tong Wan, Tong Ying, and Tong Luan. Looking at the 2 level 15 existences looking down at him from above, their auras were overbearing. Yiding took a deep breath and stepped forward. "May I ask who the 2 of you are? Why are you looking for the king of the Nine Nether tribe?" Huang Feng frowned as he looked at the few people walking out of the village. His gaze landed on Yi Ding as a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. "What did you say? How dare you come out and talk to me?" Yi Ding was inwardly furious. He, young Master Yi, had never been looked down upon like this before. Suppressing the nameless fire in his heart, he smiled. "I'm a deputy patriarch of the Nine Nether tribe. If there's anything you need from the king, I can do it on your behalf." "You? Who do you think you are? Get lost." Huang Feng the Venerable sneered impatiently. A pale yellow whirlwind flew out from his body and suddenly swept over. Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong, and Tong Wan, Tong Ying, and Tong Luan's expressions changed drastically. A trace of anger flashed across the 6 of their faces. 6 enormous divine lights rose from their bodies at the same time and rushed into the sky. However, when the yellow wind swept over, the 6 of them were horrified as they realized that they could not escape from the yellow wind. The terrifying yellow wind attacked them like billions of milling knives. The divine lights around them shattered abruptly as the wind bombarded them. Almost at the same time, they felt as if they were hit by billions of knives, and countless rays of blood burst out. Bang, bang, bang. 6 figures fell to the ground at the same time, and blood spurted everywhere. It was extremely miserable. Seeing this scene, Yuan Yin, Yuan Shi, and the other 3 elders of the Bai clan and the Nine Nether tribe felt their hands and feet turn cold. 5 level 14 powerhouses and a deputy patriarch. They were actually blasted down by a single blow, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This method was extremely terrifying. It was completely comparable to what their king had done that day. Above the sea of clouds, Huang Feng the Venerable looked at the Nine Nether tribe that had lost its voice, and a trace of cruelty flashed across his eyes. "I'll give you one more chance. Let the Nine Nether kings surrender and come forward to die. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your Nine Nether tribe today and leave no one alive. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. He looked at the silent Nine Nether tribe. Huang Feng the Venerable's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Boom! The weather changed, and a gust of wind howled within 10,000 miles. Dozens of huge yellow tornadoes appeared out of thin air on the ground, covering the sky and the sun. Innate Earth Spirit Divine Wind. On the side, Xuanyangzi's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but unleash all his divine power to support his body. Even so, he still had a lingering sense of great danger. This was an innate superpower. Any innate superpower that was cultivated to its maximum cooldown would not be inferior to those terrifying heaven-rank laws. With Huang Feng, the Venerable's power, the innate Earth Spirit Divine Wind would probably wipe out the entire Nine Nether Tribe. Not just the Nine Nether Tribe, but the entire Fresh Wind Oasis would be turned into a barren land. Since the Nine Nether Tribe is so shameless, then don't blame me. Die for me. Extreme excitement flashed across his eyes. Every time this happened, Huang Feng the Venerable could not help but feel his blood boil. He enjoyed watching countless lives and even large tracts of spiritual land being destroyed by the innate Earth Spirit Divine Wind. This was the most beautiful scene in the world, especially the screams of the tribesmen. To him, it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Rumble. He pointed his finger, and dozens of terrifying tornadoes swept toward the Fresh Wind Oasis from above the sea of sand. It was like the roar of wind and thunder. The terrifying momentum caused many of the tribesmen in the Nine Nether Tribe to turn pale. It was like the power of heaven and earth. It's over. That's an innate superpower. We're dead meat. Oh heavens, when will His Majesty come back and save us? Even Queen Mother Earth Yuan Yuan Shi, the 3 elders of the Bai clan, and the other 14 stage experts were pale. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of enormous tornadoes engulfed the entire Fresh Wind Oasis, while Venerable Yellow Wind was extremely excited and Xuanyangzi was astonished. Second update. Chapter 1148. It's over. A cold smile appeared on Xuanyangzi's face as he looked at the Nine Hells tribe trapped in the dozens of tornadoes. He thought to himself, Nine Hells King, do you want to blame me? This land can only accommodate one overlord, and this overlord is destined to be me, Xuanyangzi. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for your bad luck. Brother Xuanyangzi, isn't it spectacular? Yellow Wind's supremacy laughed eerily. The two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Rumble. Yellow Wind swept across the sky. The Yellow Wind was no ordinary wind. It was the Khanate Earth Spirit Divine Wind. It could destroy everything. If the Nine Hells tribe was hit, countless people would die, even if they had the protection of the Nine Hells Fire Seed. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the center of the Nine Hells tribe. It was as if a divine light that could shatter the heavens had erupted from the center. Above the sea of clouds, the smiles on Yellow Wind supremacy and Xuanyangzi's faces froze. The divine light shot over like thousands of meteors. The Khanate Earth Spirit Divine Wind shattered like porcelain. Bam! 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 Countless explosions surged from the center, and a terrifying power swept across the area with the Nine Hells tribe as the center. The power swept across thousands of miles, sweeping up countless yellow sand. Above the sea of clouds, Yellow Wind supremacy and Xuanyangzi's hair fluttered, and for a moment, they had to squint their eyes. After the sandstorm swept over, the two of them looked up, and their faces darkened. The Nine Hells tribe not far away was unscathed. It was still green. Countless spirit roots were lush. The entire oasis was emitting layers of faint black light, like a light shield that protected the entire tribe. It was unknown when a faint figure had appeared above the light barrier. It was a black-clothed youth. He opened his arms, although there was no imposing manner to speak of. Although he didn't have any aura, there was a faint aura around him. That aura was like that of a demon god that surpassed heaven and earth. Everything was as small as an ant under his aura. My king, it's my king. My king has made his move. I knew that my king would appear at the critical moment. When my king around, these two are dead meat. Everyone in the tribe was pale, and they only regained their senses after the storm passed. After surviving the disaster, they were all beaming with joy. Looking at the 9th Underworld King in the sky, all of them were extremely excited. Yuan Yuan Shi, the 3 elders of the Bai clan, and the other 14 stage powerhouses clenched their fists. Your Majesty, these two bullied the tribe and injured 6 elders. You must tear them into pieces. Your Majesty, we must not spare them. The crowd's emotions surged, and many experts were filled with righteous indignation. All of them were extremely terrified. If it wasn't for the appearance of Qin Feng, the entire Ninth Hell tribe would probably suffer an extremely miserable end. Qin Feng's gaze swept across and landed on Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong, and Tong Wan, Tong Ying, and Tong Luan, who were lying on the ground. Their fates were unknown, and a trace of coldness shot out from his eyes. Killing intent surged, like the cold power of the ancient underworld. Once he created the cloud underworld, he sensed two extraordinarily strong streams of power appearing in Wuzhou. Hurrying and hurrying, he finally made it back in time. If he was a little slower, the foundation that he had painstakingly built would be completely destroyed in the hands of these two people. "You're the Ninth Hell King." Venerable Yellow Wind looked at Qin Feng with an unsightly expression. He realized that this Ninth Hell King's strength was unexpectedly tyrannical. The aura of a Middle Celestial was faintly discernible, and it was obvious that this Ninth Hell King was also an extremely strong Middle Celestial expert. He was afraid that this Ninth Hell King was not weaker than him. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared at Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi. His expression was cold. "This king is the Ninth Hell King. I heard that you are courting death. Today, this king will fulfill your wish." Qin Feng was currently burning with rage. When he thought about how the Ninth Hell tribe was almost destroyed by these two people, he couldn't wait to tear them into pieces. This time, he was truly furious. The power of the primal chaos divine world turned into the laws of heaven and earth and entered his body. The middle celestial strength in his body was rising steadily. The divine sun that was transformed from the water origin law in the center was nourished by the laws of heaven and earth and suddenly began to expand. An illusory crystal core seemed to have appeared in the center of the divine sun. That was a godhead, illusory god core. At this moment, Qin Feng's strength could be considered as a true quasi-god, quasi-deity. In the sky, Venerable Yellow Wind was enraged when he heard Qin Feng's words. Just as he was about to explode, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. The terrifying pressure engulfed tens of thousands of li. Under this pressure, Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi were like ants. Not good. He concealed his strength. Run. Compared to the horrified Venerable Yellow Wind, Xuanyangzi's courage was almost shattered. At this moment, even his intestines were green with regret. If he had known that the Ninth Hell King was a quasi-deity existence, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have brought Zhu Ting to find trouble with the Ninth Hell tribe. A golden light flashed, like a golden crow transforming into a rainbow. Seeing that Xuanyangzi had fled without a second word, Venerable Yellow Wind seemed to have awoken from a dream. Alarmed, he turned into a yellow wind and swept out of the Wu province. He started later, but arrived first, and was actually a tad faster than Xuanyangzi. "You think you can escape?" Qin Feng sneered. Wherever his eyes pointed, the void within tens of thousands of li seemed to freeze. Two streaks of light that were fleeing like shooting stars suddenly froze in the void. Xuanyangzi and Venerable Yellow Wind's faces were deathly pale. They actually felt their muscles stiffen, and even their souls were frozen. They could only watch as their figures retreated at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated to the front of the terrifying Ninth Hell King. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Rumble. It was as if his words were made of gold and jade. Every word he spoke was filled with a majesty that surpassed the heavens and earth, attracting boundless divine lightning. Qin Feng coldly looked at the two of them. The two of them were deathly pale. That extremely terrifying majesty pressed down on their bodies, making them unable to even open their mouths to speak. Their eyes were begging for mercy. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the two of them. A ray of divine light swept the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them turned into ashes in fear. Qin Feng slashed out with his hand. A ray of starlight that could split heaven and earth tore apart the void, and a quiet space appeared. That was Venerable Yellow Wind's personal space. Following Venerable Yellow Wind's death, this space was affected and was collapsing. Countless black spatial cracks appeared, and Qin Feng casually drew them into his own divine nation. Qin Feng clearly saw that there were still one or two treasures formed by innate wind, origin Qi, in Venerable Yellow Wind's treasure vault. Since he was dead, he couldn't let the treasures go to waste. As for the other person, Qin Feng regretfully discovered that he seemed to be an outsider like him. The divine nation in his body was extremely sturdy, and he actually slipped into the void with a single strike. It probably wouldn't take long for him to be digested by the laws of heaven and earth and become the spoils of war of the divine tree's continent. After regaining his senses, Qin Feng's gaze landed on Yi Ding, Tong Yun, and the others who had fainted at the entrance of the stronghold. These elders were still too weak. Third update. Chapter 1149. Holy City. Within a mansion, Zhu Ting's expression was unsightly. At this time, his aura had already broken through to the middle celestial realm. During the ancestral worship ceremony, his mutated lightning giant bloodline had been further purified and upgraded. At this time, his expression was gloomy, and it was as though a dark cloud had gathered above his mansion, causing many experts in the surrounding mansions to feel fear and trepidation. Moments after Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi died, Zhu Ting received the news. Just like how the Bronze Beer Tribe shrine could store soul lamps, Holy City also had a similar place. Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi were not ordinary elders. Soul lamps naturally had a place in the shrine. Who killed Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi? Zhu Ting's expression was gloomy. One had to know that Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi were both sent by him. If Holy City were to investigate, he would be unable to bear the blame. 2 15th rank elders had died, and one of them was a middle celestial elder. Even in Holy City, this was not a small matter. 9th Underworld King. 3 words popped out of his mouth coldly. Venerable Yellow Wind and Xuanyangzi had gone to the 9th Underworld Tribe to cause trouble. Even if this matter was not done by the 9th Underworld Tribe, it was definitely related to them. Seems like I need to send someone to investigate this 9th Underworld Tribe. He muttered in his heart. I'm afraid Xuanyangzi's words have come true. There must be some big secret behind this. Zhu Ting's expression was grave. Venerable Yellow Wind was a middle celestial expert. Although he had just broken through, he was a wind attribute middle celestial expert. If he encountered an ordinary middle celestial expert, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But now he had died directly. Clearly, he didn't even have time to escape. The only ones who can kill him are veteran middle celestial experts, or quasi-deities. Zhu Ting was slightly shaken by his guess. As for a 15th rank true god or king-level existence, it was impossible. If it was a true king-level existence, they would have already swept through the entire Twilight Desert. However, even so, it was still abnormally terrifying. Among the 6 great kings of Holy City, only the top 3 were quasi-deities. Seems like I have to report this to Royal Father and ask him to take action to eliminate this hidden danger of the 9th Underworld Tribe. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left the mansion and headed toward the tall stone mountain in the Holy City. There was a famous king of the Holy City, the Stone King. Above the Yellow Sea, the precepts of heaven and earth in Qin Feng's body returned to his divine kingdom. The terrifying aura on his body shrank bit by bit, gradually dropping to the middle celestial level. The divinity sun in his body also began to shrink. It was not even 1/10 of its original size. So weak, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel this way. After a short moment, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. External forces were still external forces. Although he could obtain quasi-deity rank with the support of Scandinavia, he was still a quasi-deity. But in the end, it did not last long. Only through one's own cultivation, one step at a time, Would one's cultivation be something that could never be taken away? However, after refining the underworld of the Cloud Province, I should be able to quickly perfect my 9 heavenly laws and cultivate to quasi-deity realm. Feeling slightly excited, Qin Feng's gaze swept around and instantly fell on the expressions of Yi Ding, Tong Yun, and the other 5. His figure flickered. After a brief inspection, Qin Feng frowned. The 6 of them had suffered unimaginable injuries. The terrifying innate celestial wind had not only pierced thousands of holes in their bodies, but also their souls. The innate celestial wind lingered in their bodies and even in the depths of their souls. It was constantly destroying their bodies and even their souls. However, such injuries were nothing to Qin Feng. There were countless treasures in the Cloud Province, many spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that could nourish the body and soul. Even worse, there was still the San Guang godly water. But to be honest, Qin Feng hoped that venerable yellow wind could destroy their bodies in one strike. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to cultivate the Yama Emperor's Tao. Seeing that the situation was settled, the gates of the village opened and a group of uncouth men ran out from the village. The entire 9 underworld tribe cheered. The 14th level powerhouses, Yin Shi, and the 3 elders of the Bai clan even regarded their king as a true god. The infamous venerable yellow wind couldn't even withstand a single glance from their king. Just how strong was he? While they were in awe, they were also overjoyed. Having such a strong king was truly a blessing to the 9 underworld tribe. Queen Mother Earth Yuan Yun stared at Qin Feng with her watery eyes. The heat in her eyes could almost melt Qin Feng. My king, you are so strong. The infamous venerable yellow wind was killed by you with just a wave of your hand. Your strength is no weaker than the 6 kings of the Saint City. My king, thank you for coming back in time. Yeah, that venerable yellow wind deserved to die. I knew that our king is no ordinary man. A group of elders from the 9th Hell tribe rushed over, and all of them had joyous expressions on their faces. All right, stop flattering me. Carry Vice Clan leader Yi Ding and the 5 elders back and prepare for treatment. Qin Feng waved his hand. Although it was nice to be flattered by these people, Queen Mother Earth Yuan Yun's burning gaze was too much for him. In a flash, Qin Feng turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the underworld. Seeing the black-robed young man disappear, Yuan Yun's eyes flashed with resentment. She thought to herself, one day, this lady will definitely press you down on this lady's bed. Someone, carry Vice Clan leader Yi Ding and the 5 elders back and prepare the medicine. Yuan Yun came back to her senses and shouted angrily. Immediately, a few burly giants ran out and carried the 6 people back to the village. Wu State Underworld. In the temple, Qin Feng sat on the throne in a black imperial robe. This black imperial robe was not worn by Qin Feng to show off. Instead, it was formed by the power of the underworld. It symbolized his power as the king of hell. Qin Feng frowned as he sat on the huge golden-coiled dragon throne. He seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't need to worry about the injuries of Yi Ding and the 5 elders. At this moment, Qin Feng had 2 difficult choices in front of him. He pointed his finger, and an array of underworld qi gathered in the void. Like a water mirror, it illuminated the 3 underworld lands. The 3 underworld lands were arranged in a triangular formation: Wu State, Yin State, and Tai State. However, Yin State was obviously bigger than Wu State and Tai State. After opening up the Yin State underworld lands, Qin Feng had always wanted to move the core of the 9 Nether tribe to Yin State. Yin State was much more advantageous than the other 2 states. Let's talk about the landscape first. The other 2 states were mostly deserted and barren. However, Yin State was different. It was almost formed by the entire oasis. There were countless spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, and rare treasures on it. Most importantly, there were countless spiritual veins underground. There was even a huge royal spiritual vein. If the 9 Nether tribe was moved into it, they would definitely be able to expand greatly in a short period of time. However, if they were to move into it, there would be an unavoidable flaw, One who has crossed the sea is no water. One who has crossed the Wu Mountain is no cloud. I am too lazy to look back at the flowers. Half of it is cultivation. Thank you for your support. Because of your support, the author is very motivated. This poem is for all of you. Because of your support, the author is working very hard. Update, update, update. Chapter 1150. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Cloud Prefecture was top-notch in terms of resources and terrain, especially with the protection of the natural array. Qin Feng was worried that a part of the Nine Netherbird clan would completely lose their fighting spirit. However, after pondering for a moment, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. He felt that his worries were completely groundless. As long as he, Qin Feng, was around, he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Qin Feng's divine thought merged into the underworld, and it seemed that every inch of the underworld in the 3 continents appeared in his senses. Qin Feng's focus was still on Cloud Prefecture. Compared to the barren Wu and Tai prefectures, Cloud Prefecture was more fertile. The scale of the white bone plain formed far exceeded the sum of the 2 prefectures. As his divine thought swept across, the white bone plain was almost endless. The piles of white bones, vengeful spirits, and zombies were also unusually spectacular. Many creatures of the underworld were being bred in it. The number of underworld beast eggs was also the highest among all the prefectures. In the divine thought, many underworld beast eggs were hidden under the underworld. In Qin Feng's eyes, he could see clearly at a glance. The distribution of the underworld beast eggs was so dense that even Qin Feng, the king of hell, could not help but be amazed. It was too spectacular. Even if some of the underworld beast eggs were bred in Wu and Tai prefectures, they were sparse and did not seem to be many. However, in Cloud Prefecture, there was a large patch of underworld beast eggs almost every 100 miles. One could imagine what kind of situation it would be if it were to wreak havoc. However, correspondingly, the number of temples formed by the spiritual veins was also not ordinary. Low-grade temples were everywhere, and there were also many middle-grade temples. High-grade temples were no longer exclusive to the King of Hell's temple. The most spectacular one was the King Temple, which was surrounded by several high-grade temples. It was like a huge sun in the underworld, emitting spiritual light like the sun in the sky. It was awe-inspiring. Even Qin Feng, the King of Hell's temple, was far inferior to this King Temple. Of course, as the King of Hell, he had the ability to extract this king's spiritual vein after refining Cloud Prefecture. However, Qin Feng could not do that. Once the King Great Spirit vein was taken away, the natural formation would disappear and the entire cloud state would be exposed. It would become the focus of all the surrounding forces. Secondly, if this King Great Spirit vein was taken away, the other spirit veins of various sizes that were born from this King Great Spirit vein would slip away and scatter to the various provinces. Naturally, all the resources gathered in the Cloud Continent would turn into flowing water, including the pale, golden-gourd spirit vine. These consequences were something that Qin Feng couldn't bear. On the contrary, if this King Great Temple was used as the God of Hell Temple, he would be able to extract the earth chi from the other prefectures to nourish this King Great Spirit vein. Perhaps this King Great Spirit vein could be upgraded to the Saint grade. At that time, the Khanate Gourd vine might be able to advance as well. This was the most important thing. Among the many temples, there was a huge yellow spring river that ran through the Cloud Prefecture's underworld. After Qin Feng created the Cloud Prefecture's nether earth, a little bit of the innate yellow spring water turned into the yellow spring river. It grew by absorbing the power of the nether earth. The yellow spring river in the Cloud Prefecture was obviously more magnificent than the yellow spring river in the Tai and Wu prefectures. It was more than a few 100 miles wide and abnormally turbulent. This was related to the Cloud Prefecture's swamp-like terrain. It absorbed the power of the water spirit vein and looked exceptionally magnificent. However, it was different from the Tai and Wu Prefecture's underworld. On the banks of the Yellow Spring River in the Cloud Prefecture, many special dark eggs were born. They were a kind of special underworld existence that relied on the yellow spring water to survive. They looked like dragon eggs. Qin Feng estimated that this might be a new kind of underworld existence. They had great potential. This time, the creation of the Cloud Prefecture's underworld was a little different. Compared to the Wu and Tai Prefecture's underworld, the Cloud Prefecture's underworld had a trace of vitality that was different from the other two prefectures. Many dark variant spiritual roots were born in the underworld. The underworld's underworld had a higher level of power. It seemed to be able to absorb part of the spiritual roots' imprints in the Cloud Prefecture, turning them into underworld and manifesting them in the underworld's underworld. However, the power of the underworld's underworld was still not enough. The spiritual roots that were manifested were mostly seeds or seedlings. However, this was already a good start. It had already begun to sublimate from death. From what Qin Feng understood, although the Netherworld's law was based on death, it was not completely silent. Since he had made up his mind to migrate, Qin Feng decided to take action immediately. His divine telekinesis moved. Invisible waves were emitted from the Netherworld King's temple. On the White Bone Plain, in the temples, the powerhouses of the Abyss tribe were all inspired. Many powerhouses' divine telekinesis moved, and rays of light flew out of the temples. They rapidly approached the Netherworld King's temple. After a while, in the Netherworld King's temple, streaks of light descended, transforming into figures that flickered with spiritual light, including Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong Luan, Tong Wan, Tong Ying, and Tong En, who had just awakened their divine souls and were still unable to move. Junior brother, Netherworld King, do you have something important to announce? Yi Ding walked into the palace with large strides, looking at Qin Feng with a puzzled look. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed emperor raised his head and smiled. Deputy clan leader Yi, how are your injuries? A trace of depression flashed across Yi Ding's face. This was really an unexpected disaster. The six of them could be said to be an unexpected disaster from the heavens. This place was really dangerous. Just a slight graze, and they were seriously injured. But fortunately, although they were seriously injured, they did not die, or they would be left with irreversible injuries. If that yellow wind supremacy was 30% stronger, the six of them would be completely wiped out. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. We are fine, Yi Ding said in a muffled voice. He felt that this junior brother was completely mocking him. It's good that you are fine. The emperor on the emperor's throne nodded slightly, looking around the temple. At this moment, a few rays of light flew in from outside the temple. They were Zhuling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, Bai Wang, and the others who were far away in Tai Prefecture. The group was far away in Tai Prefecture, overseeing the Yanling tribe. However, the six of them also had temples in the Tai Prefecture underworld. Passing through the Tai Prefecture underworld was extremely fast. Not long after, the 18-level 14 powerhouses of the Abyss tribe were all present. They sat down according to their status. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed emperor said faintly, I have summoned all of you here for no other reason than to discuss the migration of the tribe. Migration of the tribe? May I ask, Your Majesty, where are we moving to? Tong Un, who was the most straightforward, was the first to stand up. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at the black-robed emperor on the emperor's throne. The Abyss tribe had just started, and the new wind oasis was also developing well. Logically speaking, the tribe shouldn't be migrating at this time. Moreover, for the tribes on the Sand Island, every time they moved, it meant a huge loss. How could this not be worrying? Even Yuan Yunair, who had always supported Qin Feng, couldn't help but stand up and ask, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being presumptuous. Why are we migrating? Chapter 1151. These were the thoughts of many powerful people in the hall. People yearned for peace. They had finally settled down in Xinfeng Oasis and had a foundation. Many people were reluctant to leave. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed emperor took in everyone's expressions. He could clearly see through everyone's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Most of you should know Venerable Yellow Wind." Venerable Yellow Wind? Your Majesty, what's going on? Did Venerable Yellow Wind come to cause trouble for our 9 Nether tribe? Zhu expression changed slightly. He led the 5 elders of the Bai clan to guard the Yinling tribe in Taizhou, so he wasn't clear about what was happening in the 9 Nether tribe. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed emperor looked at Zhu in surprise. Elder Zhu, do you know Venerable Yellow Wind? Of course I do. The Yellow Wind Venerable is extremely powerful. He's a famous 15th level Middle Empyrean realm expert. He's also known for his cruelty. Back in Zhuo province, he tore apart the Purple Jade tribe, the #1 tribe in Zhuo province. He tore apart the entire tribe, young and old, with a gust of wind. Zhu expression was extremely solemn. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed emperor said, "Then do you know where he came from?" "I know. Although it wasn't made public, many leaders of the large tribes know that he's a vicious dog raised by the holy city." Zhu expression was filled with anger and helplessness. However, his expression changed as he raised his head and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, what happened? Did this vicious dog set his eyes on our 9 Nether tribe?" "Yes, he did," Tong Yun said lightly, welcoming the change in expression of Zhu by Yin, by Chun, by Lian, by Li, and by Wang. "However, this vicious dog has been killed by your Majesty." As soon as he said that, Zhu by Yin, by Chun, by Lian, by Li, and by Wang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Zhu expression became extremely solemn. "If your Majesty really killed Venerable Yellow Wind, then I agree to migrate the tribe." Tong Un and the others also came to their senses, and their hearts sank. Since the 9 Nether tribe killed Venerable Yellow Wind, how could the holy city let it go? Very soon, the holy city would send masters over to destroy the 9 Nether tribe. For a time, everyone in the hall was abnormally quiet, and a chill flowed in the hall. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed sovereign emperor looked at everyone and smiled. "Everyone, you don't have to be like this. The reason why I propose to move the tribe is not because I'm afraid of the holy city. So what if the holy city is powerful? In my opinion, it is not impossible to defeat them." After that, Qin Feng paused for a moment. Everyone in the main hall still looked dispirited. Obviously, although everyone was more confident in him as the 9th Underworld King, the prestige that the holy city had accumulated over countless years had already caused people to shrink back at the mention of it. Qin Feng did not mind. His prestige was built through fighting. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of netherworld chi was pulled out. In front of everyone's eyes, it gradually transformed into a mirror-like scene. This is the Cloud State's territory. It is also the place that I propose to move to. Yinzhou? The expressions of many experts changed. Then, he swept his gaze across the beautiful mountains and rivers, and for a moment, he couldn't help but be engrossed in them. Is this the Cloud State that is covered by clouds? There are so many spiritual mountains and blessed lands. I have already seen more than 100 types of extremely precious spiritual roots. TSK, this Cloud State, is actually just like the legends. It is completely formed by green mountains and clear waters. Not only that, there is simply no desert area here. It is really hard to imagine that the Cloud State is actually such a blessed land. Everyone took a glance and couldn't take their eyes off it. Your Majesty, rumor has it that the Cloud State is shrouded in fog all year round. Anyone who enters. Tong Yun looked a little hesitant. As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions instantly reacted. Everyone looked at the sovereign emperor on the emperor's throne with a trace of worry on their faces. Junior brother Nether King, you seem to have made a trip to the Cloud State previously. Could it be that you have other gains? Yiding was deep in thought. Everyone's expressions changed and looked at the sovereign emperor on the emperor's throne with slight anticipation. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng glanced at Yi Ding and smiled slightly. Facing the slightly fiery gazes of everyone, he smiled faintly and said, "You are right. All of you aren't wrong. From today onward, Cloud Prefecture will be the back garden of our Ninetale tribe. As for the dangers within it, so long as the Cloud Prefecture possesses its own temple and estate, then there won't be any danger." The mixed divine force around Qin Feng changed and gradually turned into the netherworld divine force. His entire body became taller, and a majestic aura that surpassed time and space was emitted. His hand slid, and the water in the void surged like ink. The rough appearance of the Cloud State underworld was revealed. Everyone, please take a look. This is the scene of the Cloud State underworld. Magnificent spiritual residences. Huge temples that guarded the spiritual veins. There were also the spiritual roots growing on the banks of the Yellow Spring. Everyone's breathing quickened. Even Yi Ding, who was extremely shrewd, had a blazing look on his face. There are actually so many temples. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? There are actually so many temples. There are even quite a number of high-grade temples. Yeah, those temples are all empty. What a great fortune. If I can get a temple, even if it's a low-grade temple, I will do anything. As the water mirror swam and revealed, a portion of the dangerous places were revealed. Huge abyss of dead souls, thunder underworld beasts, and a portion of the underworld spiritual roots that were sprouting. The special abilities manifested by the extremely precious spirit roots of the underworld made the eyes of many experts in the hall turn red with envy. Move over. We must move over. The eyes of those who were still doubtful earlier turned red as they panted heavily. Ever since they came into contact with the temples and tasted the sweetness of it, all the experts in the Abyss tribe knew the benefits of the temples for cultivation. Sitting in the temples was almost like an innate god of heaven and earth. Not only could it nourish and strengthen the divine soul, but it could also strengthen the divine soul. The most heaven-defying thing was that sitting in the temples seemed to be able to control a portion of the extremely mysterious power of the underworld's laws. The power of laws, even if it was not the laws that they cultivated, could still draw inferences and benefit greatly. What did a level 14 expert cultivate? That was the laws, completing the transformation from laws to laws. Once they touched the power of laws, a level 14 expert could break through to level 15. However, breaking through from level 14 to level 15 was a threshold that many people could never cross. For most experts, the laws were like the moon in the water or the flower in a dream. They could only look at it but not touch it. Even if this place was close to the primordial age and the laws were more prominent than the spirit sea continent, it was too difficult to advance to level 15. However, if one became the underworld god sitting in the temples, it would be different. They would be in contact with the underworld god's laws almost all the time. Even the stupidest person with no comprehension ability would have a chance to change qualitatively as long as they were constantly influenced by the laws. Especially the higher the level of the temples, the greater the benefits of comprehending the laws. Second update. Chapter 1152. It seems like everyone agrees to move the tribe to Yinzhou. On the emperor's throne, the black-robed emperor smiled. Since that's the case, everyone go and prepare. But before that, I would like to announce the new rules of the Abyss tribe. The Abyss tribe is growing stronger day by day, and nothing can be accomplished without rules. Rewards and punishments should be appropriate. This was the highlight of today's event. Qin Feng looked around the hall. Everyone was discussing. Many level 14 elders nodded secretly. Making level 14 experts and some ordinary tribesmen equal was a form of inequality in itself. Moreover, if a level 14 expert and an ordinary level 8 sage received the same amount of benefits, who would be willing to work for the tribe? Everyone had their own selfish desires. This should have been done long ago. Many level 14 experts nodded secretly. He's going to officially establish a force. Junior brother Nether King is quite ambitious. Yi Ding, who was sitting on the deputy patriarch seat, sighed secretly. However, Qin Feng's establishment of a force would definitely benefit him greatly. Qin Feng still had to rely on him to deal with Gong Ao. I just don't know if Gong Ao has established a tribe like Qin Feng. If that's the case, his rate of improvement will only be faster than Qin Feng. However, with the underworld Earth, it's not impossible for Qin Feng to catch up with him. The only level 15 expert in the tribe, Zhu Ling, was the first to stand up. Your Majesty, please enlighten us. I can use the morale of the army. Qin Feng nodded secretly on the emperor's throne. At first, he was afraid that these people would strongly object. On the emperor's throne, he revealed a trace of supreme majesty and said, "According to the original rules of the tribe, besides me, there are the deputy patriarch, 18 elders, and many commanders and captains in the tribe. From today onwards, I am the king of hell. Under the king of hell, there will be 10 hall masters. The 10 hall masters will live in the 10 high-grade temples. The 10 high-grade underworld gods will each have 3 middle-grade underworld gods as their assistants. The middle-grade underworld gods will have the middle-grade temples as their underworld residences. At the same time, each mid-tier underworld god will have 5 low-tier underworld gods under his command. The low-tier underworld gods will have low-tier temples as their official residences. According to the rules, each low-level underworld god commander will have 5 captains. So, a senior captain can have 10 captains under his command. However, as a god of the underworld, even the lowest god of the underworld, a god of the underworld, has a cultivation level of the 14th level. After saying that, Qin Feng paused and looked around at everyone. Many people in the hall were dumbfounded by the sudden words. It wasn't their fault. This was a complete reshuffle of power. In the hall, the expressions of many 14th stage powerhouses were somewhat unsightly. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng was not surprised. These words had a huge impact on them. One had to know that many of the 14th level elders present had middle-grade temples. Qin Feng had stipulated that 14th-stage powerhouses could only be low-tier underworld gods. Owning a low-tier temple was no different from cutting off their flesh. However, Qin Feng changed his tone. However, the underworld has just opened, and all of you are the first-generation elders of the 9 Nether tribe. I will be lenient and raise the treatment of all underworld gods by 1 level. As soon as he said that, some of the elders present heaved a sigh of relief. The king is wise. Many 14th-stage powerhouses were delighted. This meant that 13th-stage powerhouses would also have the opportunity to become low-tier underworld gods. In the main hall, not all of the 14th-level powerhouses had middle-grade temples. For some of them, this was a great opportunity. The atmosphere in the main hall became heated. Of course, there are some details about rewards and punishments, as well as the number of troops each underworld god can command, as well as their own duties. Becoming a god of the underworld is not only about benefits, but also one's own duties. If one fails to fulfill his duties, there will be severe punishment. The most severe one will even be stripped of his position as a god of the underworld. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He waved his sleeves. Streaks of formless black flowing light streaked across the hall, exploded from the top of the hall, and flew in all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They could feel the streaks of black flowing light landing on the ground and turning into pitch-black stone tablets that fell into everyone's residences. All right, everyone, you may leave. Some of the rules regarding the underworld gods have already been delivered to your residences. I believe you should know what to do next. I hope that everyone can fulfill their duties and strengthen the tribe and the underworld together. Don't overstep your boundaries and become a warning to others. Lastly, the migration of the tribe must be completed within a month at most. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up in unison. They looked at each other and hurriedly left. The group was eager to return home. Qin Feng called out to Zhu Ling and the other 5. Zhu Ling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang, all of you will still be stationed in the Yanling tribe for the time being. I have other arrangements for you. Yes, your majesty. What other orders do you have? Zhu Ling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang looked at the emperor's throne with respectful expressions. All right, you may leave. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng waved his hand. The six stepped forward and bowed again before retreating. At this moment, Yi Ding had already returned to his temple. His temple was beside the underworld god's temple. With a thought, he entered the temple like a streak of flowing light. At this moment, beside the earth creation pool in the center of the temple, a stone tablet seemed to have merged with the temple. He touched the stone tablet with one hand and quickly understood the use of this stone tablet. It conveyed the underworld god's decree and had a function similar to the control center. After refining this stone tablet, he would be able to control this temple, and at the same time, the spiritual veins and earth veins within 1,000 miles. Therefore, this stone tablet could be called the underworld god's stone tablet. Qin Feng's understanding of the underworld's rules has improved again. Yi Ding sighed in his heart. Obviously, Qin Feng's understanding of the underworld's rules had improved by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, this underworld god's stone tablet wouldn't have been born. The quality of this underworld god stone tablet was extremely similar to the deity position of some of the deities in the spirit sea continent. Perhaps in the future, this stone tablet would become the deity position of the underworld. After refining the stone tablet slightly, Yi Ding instantly felt an illusory underworld god stone tablet entering his divine soul. His divine soul rotated, and the spiritual veins within 1,000 miles entered his body. It's as if I've received a portion of the power of heaven and earth. Yi Ding could feel that not only could he control 1,000 miles of the underworld, but he could also change a portion of the mountains and earth veins within the Yang world with a thought. This underworld god stone tablet was similar to the sum of the authority of the underworld god, earth god, mountain god, and water god. It was extremely impressive. To be able to do this, Yi Ding opened his eyes in shock. To be able to do this, Qin Feng definitely didn't just comprehend a portion of the underworld's rules. He had already fused the profound meaning of the 8 Desolates' indestructible heaven scripture with his understanding of the deity position. According to the ancient legends, the great emperor of the eastern wilderness had the power to create deity positions by using the 8 Desolates' indestructible heaven scripture. Although it was only the deity position of mountain, river, and water deity positions, Qin Feng clearly had a portion of his own understanding. I'm afraid that his understanding of the 8 Desolates' indestructible heaven scripture is not inferior to Gong Ao, the orthodox inheritor. There are even signs of him creating his own path. If this underworld Deshang spreads throughout this ancient land, he might really be able to create his own path and break free from the shackles of the great emperor of the eastern wilderness. Yi Ding was shocked by his own speculation. Third update. Chapter 11:53. After that, it was about the authority of each god of the underworld. There were many rules, such as not using the authority to cause trouble or extracting the spiritual energy from the earth veins and spiritual veins without restraint. It was also like how each god of the underworld had an obligation to protect the people of the land. After that, there were some additional rules. It explained the authority of the god of the underworld. For example, a low-tier god of the underworld could have 10,000 soldiers. A middle-tier god of the underworld could have 50,000 soldiers, and so on. All in all, the rules had been set. Yi Ding could imagine how the 3 continents would develop if these rules were implemented. In the god of the underworld's temple, the black-robed emperor sat on the throne with his eyes closed. His body was surrounded by a dense black light, and he had a majestic aura that was above heaven and earth. Within the black light, there seemed to be the terrifying scene of the 10 Yama emperors and a corner of the supreme netherworld. Even the slightest hint of such an aura was enough to make an ordinary 5th-level middle Empyrean expert tremble in fear. Yi Ding's guess was right. Qin Feng had just opened the netherworld when he thought of the 7th and 8th levels of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. The 7th level of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll was to choose a piece of land and turn it into one's natal province. It would gather the fate of heaven and earth and become a holy emperor. Qin Feng had thought of opening the netherworld and turning it into his natal province. He would gather the fate of heaven and earth and become the holy emperor of the netherworld. If he could become the holy emperor of the netherworld, he would be able to break free from the restrictions of the 8th level of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. He did not have to obtain the Emperor's Hidden Dragon status to break through the 8th level of the Holy Emperor realm. As long as he expanded the netherworld to its limit, he would naturally be able to create something similar to the Emperor's status. This was a way of thinking. Qin Feng had used many methods to deduce this, and all of them had shown that the success rate of this method was extremely high. The highest level of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll was to become an ancient emperor. The highest level of the method he created was to become the holy emperor of the netherworld. In essence, there was not much difference between the two. However, there was a difference in essence. This meant that he had walked his own path, circulating the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll slightly. Qin Feng could feel an extremely mysterious and mighty force coming from the surrounding underworld. The black light behind him transformed into 3 huge underworlds. The netherworld power of the origin of the underworld surged into his body. The thick scent of the Emperor on his body was almost tangible. The ball of Darking authority within his body was enhanced by this enormous power, and it took the form of a projection of a netherworld godhead. As soon as the nether godhead silhouette took shape, Qin Feng immediately felt an extremely powerful energy being born in his body. He's not at all inferior to a quasi-deity level expert with the support of a divine country. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. However, it was still slightly different from the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. The 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll was based on the Spirit Sea Continent, and the power it cultivated was more focused on refining the body. The body would become stronger and stronger, and it could even shatter the sun and moon with a single move. On the other hand, the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll was based on the billions of underworld lands, and the power he cultivated was more focused on refining the soul. The soul would become stronger and stronger, and it could even surpass the river of time and space and transcend the dimension of time and space. It could even become immortal and indestructible, especially when Qin Feng noticed that the cultivation of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll seemed to involve a part of the mysteries of space. His soul began to fuse, and he comprehended a part of the laws of space. This caused his own spatial laws to continuously improve. This speed of improvement was far faster than before. Qin Feng guessed that this might also be related to the underworld. After all, the underworld was born with space as its foundation. The birth of billions of underworld lands would also involve a part of the laws of space. However, no matter what, this was extremely good news for Qin Feng. He saw the dawn of advancing to the 15th level of space. On the Emperor's throne, as the king of the underworld, he was almost fused with the laws of the underworld. In his sea of consciousness, there were several sun-like balls of light floating. Among them, the brightest was the water-type Divine Sunday. It was like a huge, pale blue sun, and there was a faint, pale blue crystal floating in the middle. Middle celestial water-type cultivation, about to condense the illusory divine personality. It occupied the highest position in the center, and there was a slightly smaller, pale black sun circling around it like a satellite. It represented the 7 types of water-type celestial laws that Qin Feng had comprehended. It was constantly absorbing the scattered light of the laws of the underworld and was strengthening itself. Vaguely, the 8th celestial law was about to appear. It was a kind of innate mystery related to the innate heaven yellow springs primordial water. It could be seen that Qin Feng would be able to condense the 8th water type, celestial law soon. Next was the Demon Master's position, formed by the laws of the Demon Tao. He was like a pitch-black sun, floating by the side. In the void of the underworld, there seemed to be luck coming out from the dimension of time and space, merging with it and accelerating the transformation. He was advancing towards the middle celestial. Next was a god core formed by the laws of space, emitting a faint glow. The pale, gray divine personality had 33 sides. It was also absorbing the light of the laws of the underworld, becoming brighter and brighter, and transforming into a 5th-level divine Sunday beside it. There was a ball of light. That was the space-type origin treasure, the universe book. In another corner of the sea of consciousness, there were 2 balls of light. One was a ball of mysterious, cold divine light formed by the convergence of many water-type deity positions. It was absorbing the endless water fortune from Qin Feng's body, and it was growing stronger bit by bit. That was a deity position. It was the fusion of many water-type deity positions on Qin Feng's body, and it was currently being nurtured. On the other side was a ball of pitch-black light. That was the Netherworld King's deity position that was being formed in this world. It was absorbing the underworld's luck, and it was slowly transforming. The Netherworld King's deity position had yet to be fully formed. It looked like an embryonic form, formed by the laws of the underworld, combined with a part of the underworld's luck. But the power it emitted was extremely majestic. Qin Feng guessed that this might be the first deity position to be nurtured in this ancient land. It was extremely out of the ordinary. It possessed an extremely powerful aura. Once it was born, it might be an origin deity position. However, Qin Feng didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he saw that the 2 deity positions that were being nurtured were extremely close to each other. It seemed like they were about to merge. It seemed like they could absorb each other's luck. They were increasing their own quality. Qin Feng couldn't comprehend this kind of change for the time being. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng was immersed in comprehending the laws of the underworld. The few divine suns in his sea of consciousness were progressing extremely quickly. Suddenly, a formless fluctuation transmitted from the underworld, waking Qin Feng up. He frowned slightly and swept with his divine sense. His face immediately turned cold. More than 10 5th-level divine suns appeared in the sky above Wu province. One of them was even close to the quasi-deity realm. Chapter 1154. Your Majesty's Stone King, this is the place. This is the Wu province. High up in the sky, dozens of figures were rapidly approaching the Wu province. Rays of light were like speeding meteors. That undisguised fluctuation was truly shocking. All the tribes along the way were cautious and conscientious, afraid of provoking this group of fiends. But even more people were curiously looking in the direction of the Wu province. They didn't know why the Wu province had attracted so many terrifying existences. It is said that the 9th Netherworld tribe was only established a few months ago. Once it appeared, it destroyed the original Copperbeard King and occupied the Copperbeard tribe. It is said that on the day the 9th Netherworld tribe was established, the Silver Tribe King gathered 4 15th rank experts to attack together, but they were still defeated by the 9th Netherworld King. Your Majesty Stone King, we can't be careless. If this 9th Netherworld King really defeated Yellow Wind, then I'm afraid his strength is extraordinary. Several voices sounded cautious. This group of people was none other than the experts of the Stone King Mansion. The Stone King was ranked 4th among the 6 kings of the Holy City and was an overlord. Everyone knew that the top 3 of the 6 kings of the Holy City were quasi-deity level existences, and the 4th-ranked Stone King was the strongest below quasi-deity level. There were also rumors that the Stone King might have quietly advanced to quasi-deity realm. This king naturally knows about the lion hunting the rabbit. I don't need you to remind me of this. You only need to gather information about this 9th Netherworld King. In the center A majestic voice came from a deep yellow sun. "Royal Father, this ninth underworld king is an Outer Realm invader, and his methods are extremely bizarre. We've tried to come into contact with a portion of the ninth underworld tribe, but no matter how we interrogated them, they were unable to reveal anything that was detrimental to the ninth underworld tribe." A low voice sounded from one of the purple-blue lightning suns. "Could it be that you don't know how to search their souls?" The Stone King's voice contained a trace of anger. He was originally quite satisfied with this son of his. From a young age, he had been tested to have the bloodline of a variant giant, a high-grade variant bloodline. Among his dozens of sons, he was relatively outstanding, especially the lightning attribute. Its attack power was extremely strong, far surpassing the other attributes. Recently, during the ancestral worship ceremony, his bloodline had been refined, and it was already close to the bloodline of the Thunder King. In the future, he would have an extremely high chance of advancing to quasi-deity realm and become the seventh king of the Holy City. However, he was extremely disappointed this time. This way of doing things was too frivolous. In just a few months, the ninth Underworld King had unified the entire Sand region and defeated the 5 patriarchs of the Great Clans. Such an existence could be said to be extremely dangerous. He actually only sent out Huang Feng, a 15th order mid-heaven level powerhouse. One had to know that such existences were exceptionally difficult to deal with. Not only could they not be killed, but they would also leave behind a great disaster. If you don't kill a wolf, you'll be bitten instead. Just like a lion hunting a rabbit, you'll have to use all your strength. Just like this time, he had personally taken action and had brought along more than 6 middle demi-immortals. In short, he was quite dissatisfied with Zhu Ting. "I've already tried." Zhu Ting's voice was cautious and conscientious. "But once we search their souls, those people will self-destruct." Trash. Zhu Ting did not dare to refute the cold words. "King of Stone, no matter what, we must eradicate this ninth nether tribe in one fell swoop this time. In the forest wilderness, I heard that the king of the Woodwitch tribe is also an invader. It was precisely because of the carelessness of many tribes that it developed. Now, half of the entire forest wilderness has been destroyed by it in just a few months. This is a lesson learned from the mistakes of others. It is indeed very frightening. The forest wasteland is not smaller than the 36 prefectures of the Twilight Desert. Moreover, there are many powerful tribes gathered here. Among them, there is no lack of great powers comparable to our holy city. These invaders are too dangerous. Yes, we must not let the ninth Underworld King live." Many holy city powerhouses' eyes were cold as they spoke one after another. "Don't worry. Not to mention that he's an invader who dared to harm the powerhouses of our holy city. I won't let him die so easily." The group of people were all 15th order powerhouses. Their speed in the sky was extremely fast. After a while, the fresh wind oasis where the ninth underworld tribe was located appeared in front of everyone. To everyone's surprise, the ninth underworld tribe seemed to be prepared. A very elegant black-robed young man stood quietly above the sea of sand in front of the ninth underworld tribe. He seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the Holy City group. Behind the black-robed man, there were 12 14th order powerhouses. Above the sea of clouds, many Holy City powerhouses were amused when they saw this group of 14th order powerhouses. There were merely 12 14th order powerhouses. Did they think that they could stop them? Many people sneered softly. A group of a dozen Holy City powerhouses could easily take care of these 12 14th order powerhouses. Tong Yun, Tong and Yuan Yun Jiang Yueqing, and the others sneered. The 12 14th order powerhouses who stayed behind to guard the tribe had all arrived. Seeing the group of invading powerhouses in the sea of clouds, they all showed disdain. The group of people sneered even more. They were not here to fight. According to their king, they only needed to collect the corpses of the Holy City powerhouses. According to the Nether King's explanation, every 15th order powerhouse's corpse was a great tonic for the underworld. Burying a 15th order powerhouse's corpse in the earth vein corresponding to their temple had a great possibility of creating a spiritual vein in the city, and a high-grade spiritual vein. The 12 14th Order powerhouses stared at the group of Holy City powerhouses with glowing eyes. In their eyes, this group of people was already the fertilizer that they had agreed on. Above the sea of clouds, many Holy City powerhouses had strange expressions. The 12 14th Order powerhouses below seemed to be looking at them with strange expressions. When a 14th Order powerhouse saw so many 15th Order powerhouses, they should not be in awe or fear. At the very least, they should be respectful. They should not be acting so strangely. Many Holy City powerhouses angrily felt that these ants were like sand wolves in the desert. They were staring at them with greed, as if they were going to devour them. Above the sea of clouds, the group of Holy City powerhouses was in an uproar. A wave of anger was brewing. The Stone King, who was the leader, also noticed something strange. Suppressing the brutality in his heart, he stared coldly at Sheen Fong. "You're the 9th Serenity King of the 9th Serenity Tribe." Above the sea of sand, Sheen Fong nodded. "That's right. I'm the tribe leader of the 9th Serenity Tribe. You seem to have known that we would come." Above the sea of clouds, the Stone King narrowed his eyes with a hint of danger. Sheen Fong stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "That's right. Then let me ask you, did you kill the Yellow Wind, Venerable?" The Stone King's eyes were filled with coldness. Sheen Feng's expression did not change. "Is it important whether I killed him or not?" The Stone King nodded. "Indeed, it's not important. Whether you killed him or not, you will die today, and the entire 9th Serenity Tribe will die with you." At the end of his words, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Several streams of light suddenly flew out from behind him and rushed toward Sheen Fong and the others. Chapter 1155. The 14 people from the Holy City were all powerful. Apart from the terrifying Stone King, the remaining 13 were not ordinary level 15 powerhouses, although only the 4 level 15 powerhouses behind the Stone King attacked. But the 12 level 14 powerhouses behind Sheen Fong felt their legs go soft. The reason why the 12 14th level powerhouses dared to act so boldly and look down on the powerhouses of the Holy City was because their king was their greatest source of confidence. But if they really fought, their hearts would tremble. The level 45 powerhouses pounced down with ferocious looks on their faces. They had long been itching to teach the audacious 9th Underworld King and the group of level 14 ants on his back a lesson. How dare a level 14 powerhouse mock a level 15 powerhouse? Today they would dig out their chests and tear out their guts to see how big they were. The 4 level 15 powerhouses were the top existences among the level 15 powerhouses. For level 15 middle celestial realm powerhouses. And they were not new middle celestial realm powerhouses. Instead, he was one of the veteran experts. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, and the terrifying aura seemed to shatter the sky. Celestial law, earth collapse. The 4 of them all cultivated the laws of the earth and used the same profound. The 4 energies converged and resonated with the heaven and earth, causing the space within a radius of 10,000 li to shatter inch by inch. They wanted to devour Sheen Fong and the level 14 powerhouse. They even wanted to destroy the 9 Serenities tribe. Behind Sheen Fong, the 12 level 14 powerhouses saw this terrifying scene and their faces turned pale. It was not that they lost confidence in Sheen Fong. It was that the 4 level 15 middle celestial realm powerhouses were too terrifying. The little bit of power that leaked out was enough to kill the 12 level 14 powerhouses dozens of times. Sheen Feng's expression didn't change. The Chaos World's law of heaven and earth silently supported the Water Divinity Sunday. In the blink of an eye, the Water Divinity Sun expanded and a water origin divine spark appeared. He raised his head. The 12 level 14 powerhouses only felt the terrifying aura between heaven and earth solidify at this moment. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. The figures of the four giants who had joined forces to attack appeared in the yellow sand. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. Not good. The Stone King reacted instantly and attacked. But it was too late. Qin Feng sneered, and a light blue divine light burst out from his body, locking on the four level 15 middle celestial realm powerhouses. Without a sound, the four fifth-order powerhouses lost their lives in an instant. In the void, the Stone King's giant hand reached out. Bang! Without any sound, the four earth giants, which were hundreds of meters tall, shattered into pieces like porcelain and dissipated into the yellow sand. Everyone was dumbfounded. For level 15 middle celestial realm, powerhouses died just like that. At this moment, whether it was the powerhouses of the holy city or the powerhouses behind Qin Feng, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Too weak. Level 15 powerhouses were too weak. In the void, the coldness in the Stone King's eyes seemed to have materialized. The cold, murderous intent seemed to be able to tear apart the void. Dead. Four fifth-level middle, demi-immortal subordinates died in an instant. The heavenly celestial level 15 powerhouses. Quasi-celestial. 9 level 15 powerhouses. 9. Celestial 9. Celestial peak. Celestial. E-level celestial. 9. Celestial. 9th Underworld King. These three words almost jumped out from his teeth. The Stone King coldly stared at Qin Feng. Good, good, good. Hearing Qin Feng say good 3 times in a row, the Stone King was so angry that he laughed. He stared at Qin Feng. Sure enough, the new generation surpasses the old. No wonder you are so unbridled. At this moment, the Stone King was clear that as a quasi-deity, if Qin Feng was determined to escape, he would never be able to kill him. Qin Feng's expression was calm as he faintly smiled and clasped his hands together. You let me win. You let me win. Seeing this, the Stone King became even angrier. 9th Underworld King, don't be too complacent. You killed 4 of my subordinates. Although I can't touch you today, you will have to pay a bitter price. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them again, and a wisp of extremely sinister light flickered in his eyes. His expression became calm again. This king will tie down the 9th Underworld King. You guys immediately go and kill the 12 level 14 powerhouses behind him. Afterwards, destroy the 9th Underworld tribe for this king. He coldly stared at Qin Feng. This king will let His Highness the 9th Underworld King personally witness the destruction of his tribe. Not even a chicken or dog will be left. His sinister words made people tremble in fear. The 12 level 14 powerhouses behind Qin Feng had a huge change in expression. Even if Qin Feng killed 4 of the 14 holy city powerhouses, including the Stone King, there were still 10 of them. If the Stone King did his best to tie down the 9th Underworld King, the remaining people would attack them, and even the 9th Underworld tribe. They simply couldn't stop them. Even if it was just a 15-stage powerhouse, he could turn 12 14-stage powerhouses into ashes. Other than the Stone King, there were 9 other terrifying rank 15 powerhouses here. Among the 9 level 15 powerhouses, there was even a Middle Arcana realm powerhouse. For a moment, the 12 people, including Tong and Yuan Yin Yuan Shi, Jiang Yueqing, and the others, were all pale. Above the sea of clouds, Zhu Ting and the other level 15 powerhouses were stunned for a moment. Then, they all revealed cold smiles. Yes, Father, we will definitely slaughter the 9th Underworld tribe. I guarantee that His Highness the 9th Underworld King will see an extremely exciting show. Zhu Ting's face was ferocious. He also hated Qin Feng to the core. Qin Feng had caused him to make a huge mistake. He had lost the possibility of becoming the Stone King's successor. At this moment, if he could take revenge on the 9th Underworld King, even if he had to bear the possibility of Qin Feng taking revenge on him, he was willing to do so. He smiled eerily at Qin Feng. Your Highness the 9th Underworld King, I promise you that I won't let the 9th Underworld tribe end so easily. We will have a good time, and let your highness the ninth underworld king see the world. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Above the sea of sand, Qin Feng's expression did not change as he looked at the Stone King. You also have times when you are afraid? The Stone King sneered slightly and shouted angrily after a moment. If you don't take action now, when will you? The 9 people behind him looked at each other and smiled eerily. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures swept toward the ninth underworld tribe like a gust of wind. Originally, I wanted to spare your lives temporarily and give you a chance to surrender. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Qin Feng's expression did not change. The body of the extraterrestrial demon, King, appeared instantly. His body turned into a cloud of black gas in an instant. A strange power that surpassed the middle arcana realm appeared. In his senses, a crystal core appeared in his heart. It was a crystal core that was similar to a godhead. The essence of the power in the crystal core was not inferior to the essence of any true God's power. Second update. Chapter 11:56. Feeling the aura similar to that of a true god, the Stone King's expression changed greatly. Even a quasi-deity like him couldn't help but tremble instinctively. That was the power of a true god. The Stone King's heart couldn't help but tremble fiercely. Qin Feng smiled faintly. In essence, his extraterrestrial heavenly demon king, true body, indeed possessed the power of a 15th rank true god. Just like the true spirits and supreme demon gods, supreme heavenly demons were not inferior to 15th rank kings or 15th rank true gods. Among the supreme heavenly demons, the extraterrestrial heavenly demon king true body's fighting ability could only be said to be ordinary. Its strongest point was its ability to survive and its control over souls. But in the end, it was still a supreme heavenly demon. A 15th rank king, or true god, wasn't something an ordinary quasi-deity could touch. Chi-Chi. Under everyone's fearful gazes, Qin Feng's figure swept across the void like a black waterfall. He rushed toward the 9 streaks of light that were rushing toward the 9 underworld tribe. His figure actually ignored the dimensions of time and space, and inconceivably ignored the protective divine light around the 9 fifth-order powerhouses, directly passing through the 9 fifth-order powerhouses. Kacha! The 9 fifth-order powerhouses suddenly stiffened and fell from the sky. Their faces were pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, struggle, and unwillingness. In the next moment, their faces turned numb, as if they had completely lost their minds. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng's figure appeared on the spot. His gaze swept across the 9 15th rank experts, including Zhu Ting. Dead. Completely dead. Although the bodies of the 9 15th rank experts were still full of vitality. But in reality, their souls had already been erased. The extraterrestrial heavenly demon king true body's ability was close to nothing, but it had an ability that even true gods feared. It could transform its physical body into an illusory one. By sacrificing its physical body, its soul would become extremely powerful. Its innate ability was to ignore all defenses, travel through space-time, and directly pierce through souls. This was a supreme true demon that focused on the soul. Strange. Too strange. Kingstone, Yuanyin Yuan Shi, Tong, and Tong Yun, and the rest of the top powers were shocked by this scene. It was too strange. 9 fifth-order powerhouses, including an extremely powerful middle celestial realm powerhouse, died in an instant. Everyone only saw a black ray of light pass through the bodies of the 9 people, and their souls were obliterated. Such a method was almost unheard of. The Stone King stared at the black-clothed young man above the sand. He couldn't say a single word. A terrifying chill rose from the bottom of his heart and spread to the depths of his soul. His entire body was numb. 9 fifth-order powerhouses. That included a Zhongtian powerhouse, whom he could kill with a single blow. However, he didn't have the ability to make a move under the watchful eyes of a quasi-deity. because this would leave a fatal opening for the other party. If the other party seized the opportunity to attack, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Just now, when the Nine Underworlds King had attacked, he had locked onto the Nine Underworlds King with his divine thought. He was certain that under such circumstances, even the King of Crush, who was ranked #1 in the Holy City, would not be able to escape his divine sense lock in a short period of time. Not to mention killing 9 fifth-order powerhouses in one go. However, under such circumstances, the other party had done it. Not only had he escaped his divine sense lock, but he had also killed 9 fifth-order powerhouses in one go. Almost at the same time, 9 fifth-order powerhouses had been killed by him in one blow. True God. This was definitely a true God-level existence. The Stone King didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to move his eyes. Quasi-deities viewed those below middle celestial realm as ants. However, in the eyes of a true God or king, those below true God were ants. At this moment, the Stone King only felt endless unwillingness and fear. The probability of a quasi-deity encountering a true God-level existence was 1 in 100 million, but he had actually encountered it. At this time, Qin Feng turned around and looked over with his pitch-black eyes. "Can you calm down now?" In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was about 30 meters away from the Stone King without making a sound. "Now you have two choices. The first is to submit to this king." Qin Feng stretched out 2 fingers. "The second is to be killed by me. However, as a quasi-deity, you must have cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach this level. This king advises you to cherish your life." The Stone King was silent for a moment. Contrary to Qin Feng's expectations, after muttering to himself for a moment, he decisively chose to submit. "This king is willing to submit to your majesty and offer a wisp of my soul imprint. Don't tell me you don't want to think about it." Qin Feng was somewhat flabbergasted. "Don't tell me you don't want to show your loyalty to the holy city in front of this king, or use your holy city's strength to threaten this god. Your majesty, there is no need for that. Your majesty is a true god, and the might of a true god is immeasurable. Although the holy city is strong, it might not necessarily be your majesty's opponent." The Stone King calmed down and said indifferently, "Moreover, in this subordinate's opinion, the holy city will belong to your majesty sooner or later in the future. This subordinate's loyalty to the holy city is also loyalty to the future, your majesty. Submitting to your majesty will only mean that I will submit to your majesty in advance. As for threats, your majesty is a true god. Although this subordinate is slow-witted, how would I dare to threaten your majesty?" The Stone King bowed deeply with an extremely sincere expression. A wise man submits to circumstances. This sentence was vividly displayed by the insidious and patient Stone King. On the side, Yuan Yin Tongan, and the other side, a dignified quasi-deity was actually so humble at this moment. They were even more shocked. Strength was the way of the king. The law of the jungle was the truth. At this moment, if their king's strength was slightly weaker, their group and even the 9 Nether tribe wouldn't have a good ending. Strength. At this moment, countless experts of the 9 Nether tribe had an unprecedented desire to become stronger. In front of everyone, there was only one way to quickly become stronger: the position of the underworld god. Above the sea of sand, the Stone King, the 4th-ranked expert of the holy city, handed over a wisp of his soul almost without any hesitation. Moreover, he explained his origin, as well as the cause and effect of this attack on the 9 Nether tribe in full detail. His autonomy was beyond everyone's imagination. It was eye-catching. This was a villain, a real villain. Qin Feng evaluated in his heart. He could use such a villain without any worries, but he was destined to not be particularly important. This kind of thinking, especially after learning that one of the 9 15th rank experts he had killed was the Stone King's son. However, After learning the true identity of this group of people, Qin Feng and the experts of the Nine Nether tribe also knew that the Nine Nether tribe would attract a storm in the holy city. Third update. Chapter 11:57. Netherworld Tribe. The entire tribe was immersed in a sea of joy. Their king was actually a level 15 true god expert, and this caused the entire Ninth Hell tribe to rejoice, especially the Stone King, who was one of the 6 kings of the holy city. How inspiring was this? The tribe was immersed in a sea of joy. Many earth giants lit torches in the twilight, sang and danced, and celebrated to their heart's content. In the village on a mountainside of the Nine-Ring Mountain, many higher-ups gathered to discuss the countermeasures after this battle. Your Majesty, there are 6 kings in the holy city. The top 3 are the Crush King, Thunder King, and Scarlet King. This subordinate is only ranked 4th, followed by the Hurricane King and Cotton King. In the village, the Stone King cupped his fists and said, "There are also many Middle Heaven experts and veteran rank 15 experts. But in general, only the top 3 are a threat to the tribe. The Crush King, Thunder King, and Scarlet King have been quasi-deities for more than 1,000 years. They are extremely powerful and have precious treasures on them. It is also because of these 3 veteran quasi-deities that our holy city can monopolize 11 of the 36 prefectures." The Stone King's expression was unusually respectful. After saying this, he continued, "This time, we have fallen into the hands of the Netherworld tribe. It won't be long before the 3 kings of the holy city react. No matter who it is, for the sake of maintaining the holy city's hegemony or for the holy city's destiny, the 3 kings won't let this matter go easily. Your Majesty, please be prepared." He looked at the expressionless Netherworld king on the throne in the center of the village with an extremely sincere expression. After he said this, many experts of the Netherworld tribe became restless. They whispered to each other. Although their Netherworld king had just defeated an attack from the holy city, he had even forced the Stone King to submit. But the prestige of the holy city was deeply rooted, and no one was too optimistic. Your Majesty, Stone King, don't belittle yourself. His Majesty is a 15th rank true god. Who can hurt him? Tongan especially disliked this Stone King. He looked down on this kind of spineless person. Therefore, he was extremely rude when he spoke. "That's right. With the Netherworld King here, what do we have to be afraid of? Your Majesty, Stone Monarch, although you are a quasi-deity, your guts are too small." Many people laughed softly. On the throne, Qin Feng remained expressionless, but he was somewhat displeased in his heart. To be vigilant in times of peace, there was a problem with the mentality of these people. Stone King was a quasi-deity level expert he had recruited. What qualifications did these people have to mock him? Especially the arrogance revealed in his words, which made Qin Feng feel even more disgusted. Some of the people in the tribe had already begun to swell with the wind and the current. This was a very dangerous signal. Since ancient times, arrogant soldiers were bound to be defeated. He, Qin Feng, did not ask for a group of godly captains, but he did not want to be dragged down by lousy teammates. I have to find an opportunity to give them a warning so that they won't get carried away. If they ruin this prince's plans. Qin Feng's expressionless eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. In the center of the village, Stone King cupped his hands towards the crowd. It seemed that he was not angered by their ridicule. He only cupped his hands and bowed. "Your Majesty's cultivation is unrivaled, and you are an almighty expert rarely seen in 10,000 years. The holy city might not be able to do anything to your Majesty, but you are different. As the saying goes, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer." Tongan was furious. He slumped on the table and stood up abruptly. On the throne, Qin Feng's eyebrows furrowed. On the side, Yi Ding immediately sensed Qin Feng's dissatisfaction. He smiled bitterly. He shook his head inwardly. His injuries had only recovered a little. If possible, he did not want to get involved in these trivial matters. However, as the deputy chief of the Nine Nether tribe, His position was second only to Qin Feng. He had no choice but to stand up. Tong, and you dare to be so rude in front of His Majesty. Do you still have His Majesty in your eyes? Yi Ding's eyes carried a trace of fierceness and majesty. Tong and seemed to have woken up from a dream. He turned around and saw Qin Feng's cold expression. His heart immediately turned cold. Why aren't you leaving? Yi Ding's face was filled with anger. Tong and wanted to refute, but when he saw the expression of the Nine Nether King on the throne, his heart trembled, and he quickly retreated. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at the King of the Stone Tribe and asked faintly, King of the Stone Tribe, in your opinion, how much time do you think the Holy City is left for the Nine Nether Tribe? The King of the Stone Tribe bowed respectfully. 2 months at most. They will definitely take action within 2 months. 2 months. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and raised his eyes to look at Yuan Yun and Tong Yun. Elder Yuan Yun Elder Tong Yun, are the preparation for the migration of the tribe? On the side, Yuan Yun and Tong Yun stood up from their seats. Your Majesty, the tribe can migrate at any time. On the throne, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. Okay, then tell the tribesmen to rest for the night and prepare to set off tomorrow to migrate to Yinzhou. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up in unison. However, we can't abandon Wuzhou. The 9-ringed mountain range has been under our control for so long, so we can't abandon it. Who is willing to guard Wuzhou for this king? On the throne, the black-robed king's majestic gaze fell on the hall. The hall was completely silent. What a joke. The 9 Nether Tribe had provoked the Holy City, so the Holy City would definitely retaliate. Staying here was like leaving a target for the Holy City. They might even turn into ashes. The danger was too great. But Yinzhou was different. Their king had said that it was protected by a natural formation. Even if a quasi-deity expert barged in, they would most likely die. Yinzhou was much more dangerous. In the hall, including the newly joined Elder Stone King, the 13 elders, and the experts in the hall were all silent. Qin Feng asked without batting an eyelid on the throne. Why? Is no one willing to guard Wuzhou? Nether King, this subordinate is willing to guard Wuzhou. An indifferent voice sounded. The voice came from the side of the throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. It was the Vice-Patriarch Yi Ding. Yi Ding was wearing white clothes, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked very elegant and unrestrained. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Yi Ding smiled faintly. In his heart, he was somewhat disdainful of these earth giants. Guarding Wuzhou, in his opinion, was a rare good job. Although it seemed dangerous, it was actually a good plan to earn experience and contribution points. Yi Ding had already understood the black-bellied nature of this junior brother of Qin Feng's. Although Wuzhou seemed like a target to attract firepower, it was actually a bait, a game to catch all the experts of the Holy City in one fell swoop. According to Yi Ding's understanding of Qin Feng would definitely not give up on Wuzhou. Not only would he not give up, he would personally guard Wuzhou in secret, waiting for the experts of the Holy City to arrive. One had to know that Qin Feng's heart was not an ordinary black-bellied person. How could he passively take a beating? Chapter 1158. In short, in Yi Ding's impression, Qin Feng had never suffered a loss. Even if he suffered a loss, he would take revenge immediately. Yi Ding would never believe that Qin Feng would give up the newly built 9 Rings mountain range. Of course, Yi Ding had a deeper consideration. The 9 Nether Tribe was about to move, and a new temple was about to be conferred. Just like what Qin Feng had said, when he conferred temples, he had always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Those who did well would be rewarded, and those who did wrong would be punished. There was no way he would be able to do anything. There were only a few aspects to consider when conferring a temple: merit, cultivation, and loyalty. Even though he was the second strongest person in the 9th Hell Tribe and the Vice-Patriarch, no matter if it was in terms of cultivation or merits, he was already far inferior to those 14th level experts. In the past, he had relied on Qin Feng's protection. Although the powerhouses in the Nine Nether tribe did not say anything, Yi Ding could feel that there were many pairs of strange eyes looking at him from behind. It was fine that a stage 13 powerhouse could occupy the position of the deputy tribe leader. However, the treatment he received was even better than those stage 14 powerhouses. First, he had no cultivation, and second, he had no merit for the tribe. How could he convince the others? If it was not for the Nether King, many people would have made a fuss. This time, when the temples were conferred again, Yi Ding knew that this junior brother of the Nether King would not be as easy to talk to as before. Of course, he had to be tactful. This was a good opportunity for him to do so. If he could guard Wu province this time, it would be a great contribution. The most important thing was that there was no danger. After this, even if Qin Feng gave him a high-grade temple, no one would dare to say anything. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at Yi Ding. This senior apprentice brother Yi Ding was truly a shrewd person, taking every conceivable possibility into account. He did not want to do anything dangerous, but he did not want to miss out on something that could benefit him. If Yi Ding did not seize this opportunity, even if Yi Ding was the deputy tribe leader, he would not be able to speak up for him. Yi Ding was right. He, Qin Feng, would take all the treasures, but he would not lose out. I'm also willing to stay. The Stone King's eyes flashed, and he stood up as well. Just like Yi Ding, he'd just joined the 9th Hell Tribe, and if he wanted to integrate into the 9th Hell Tribe in the shortest amount of time possible, then he had to do something to make his intentions clear. As for the revenge of the Holy City, the Stone King didn't care at all. Even if he couldn't win, with his quasi-deity cultivation, he could still survive. I'm staying too. Yuan Yun, voice rang out. She stood up from her seat and looked at the 9th Underworld King with a burning gaze. She did not have any other thoughts. The reason why she was willing to stay was because in her heart, she was willing to do whatever the 9th Underworld King wanted her to do. At this moment, Yuan Yun's heart was completely focused on the 9 Serenities King. She was willing to do anything that could attract the 9th Underworld King's attention. This Queen of the Earth Giants was almost entirely focused on the shadow of the black-clothed king sitting on the throne. This subordinate is also willing to stay. On the side, Elder Yuan Shi was somewhat helpless. He was worried about Queen Mother Earth. I'll stay too. Bai Xan, one of the 3 elders of the Bai family, also stood up. She was also doing this for Yuan Yun. Since all of you are willing to stay, I, Tong-en, will also stay. I, Tong-en, am not afraid of death. Tong-en suddenly stood up. He was purely trying to vent his anger. The remaining people's eyes flickered. Some of them lowered their heads to look at the floor. Some of them looked indifferent, and some of them sneered. On the throne, Qin Feng looked at the 6 people who stood up and revealed a smile on his face. He glanced at the remaining people who were pretending to be confused or sneering. Good. There are finally people in the 9th Underworld Tribe who are not afraid of death. Many people looked ashamed and lowered their heads. Qin Feng sneered and looked around at everyone with a trace of majesty in his eyes. I've said before that those who have done well will be rewarded, and those who have done wrong will be punished. The 9th Underworld Tribe will not keep idle people. After this matter, all 6 of you will be rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 6 people were slightly startled. Then, joy flashed across their faces as they bowed in unison. I guess right. On the side, Yi Ding smiled calmly and bowed to the throne with the remaining 5 people. Damn it, we missed the opportunity. There was no lack of regret among the remaining people. There was no shortage of powerful people who were willing to take risks. For a moment, many people were so regretful that their intestines were in knots. At this critical juncture of the temple's conferment, this was a rare opportunity to earn merits. Your Majesty, I'm willing to stay. Your Majesty, I'm willing to stay and guard Wu State. And me too. Within a short period of time, more than 10 people could not help but stand up. Looks like the 9th Underworld Tribe does not lack brave people. On the throne, Qin Feng smiled, but he was sneering in his heart. He said calmly, however, it's enough to leave 6 people in Wu State. When the people heard this, they could not help but feel regretful. King Shi, Yi Ding, Yuan Yaner, Yuan Shi by Exin, Tong, and the 6 of you will stay. Deputy Patriarch Yi Ding will be the leader, and King Shi will be the assistant. 9 Rings Mountain will be handed over to you. Yes, Your Majesty, we will not let anything happen to 9 Rings Mountain. The 6 of them spoke one after another. All right, you may leave. Everyone, prepare for the migration of the tribe. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he signaled everyone to leave. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The group of people left the hall. After Qin Feng had finished arranging these trivial matters, his body flashed and disappeared from the village. His body was like a black light that disappeared into the god of Hades' temple. For Qin Feng, the most important thing for the migration of the tribe was to relocate the god of Hades' temple. The nurturing of the god of Hades' temple was extraordinary. Therefore, it was not easy to relocate it. Of course, the most important thing was the few treasures of the underworld that were nurturing it. The tribe's fire seed was one of them. The second was the Earth's creation pool that was going to evolve into the reincarnation pool. Lastly, there was the blessing of the underworld's fate chi in the god of Hades' temple. However, the most important thing was the god of Hades' stone tablet in the god of Hades' temple. Normally, it was best not to move the god of Hades' mansion. Otherwise, it would easily weaken the god of Hades' fate chi and fate chi. However, the underworld's fate chi and fate chi had not merged with the god of Hades' temple yet. If they were to relocate the god of Hades' temple, although there would be some losses, it was still within the acceptable range of Qin Feng. Of course, the most important thing was that the King Grade temple that was nurtured by the King Grade spiritual vein in the Cloud Ridge was too important to Qin Feng, especially the Khanate spiritual root. According to Qin Feng's plan, after the god of Hades' temple was moved to the King Grade temple, he could make use of the reincarnation pool in the god of Hades' temple to nurture the spiritual root. At that time, the Khanate gourd might even surpass the Khanate spiritual root and evolve into the origin spiritual root. In fact, it might even be possible to evolve from the origin spiritual root to the legendary creation spiritual root. This was very possible. The success rate of nurturing it with the entire underworld's fate chi was quite high. Chapter 1159. Khanate spiritual roots had a certain chance of producing Khanate treasures. The corresponding origin spiritual roots would definitely be able to produce Khanate treasures, and there was a very small chance of producing origin treasures. The creation spiritual root was a legendary spiritual root that transcended the heavens and earth. It had a chance of producing creation-level divine items. The creation grade was the lifelong pursuit of countless origin treasures with spirituality. For example, the Desolation Dragon sect had spent its entire life pursuing Tao creation. Rumble. A huge commotion came from the Wu State underworld. Monstrous waves spread out from the Netherworld King's temple. This phenomenon was extremely terrifying. Even the slightest bit of chi that leaked out was enough to shatter the divine consciousness of an ordinary level 15 intermediate heavenly realm expert. Rumble. The ground shook even more violently. It was as if a ghostly sun was being pulled out from the ground. Around the Netherworld King's temple, many underworld experts were watching this scene with their divine consciousness. At this moment, a young man in black robes stood with his hands behind his back like a demon god. He smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. The ghostly sun on the ground suddenly flew up and shrunk rapidly in the void. A moment later, it fell into the young man's sleeves like a ghostly ray of light. What terrifying power! Unbelievably powerful. The faces of the underworld's experts turned pale when they saw this scene. One had to know that the sun was none other than the majesty of the Netherworld King. After grabbing the entire Netherworld King's manor, Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the Wu State underworld. Qin Feng's speed was already extremely fast. In the underworld, With a Netherworld King's title, his speed was even faster to the point that even true gods were dumbfounded. Not long after, the Cloud Prefecture's underworld appeared before his eyes. The Cloud State underworld was extremely vast. Spiritual residences emitted spiritual light on both sides of the Yellow Spring River. The dense spiritual light made it look like a city beside the Qinhuai River that never slept. Among them, the brightest were the temples. Divine aura was born. One could not look directly at it. The spiritual residences and temples were like two other rivers of light beside the Yellow Spring River. It stretched all the way to the foot of a huge mountain range. This was the Een Mountain that was born from the dark earth of Cloud Prefecture. The mountain range was exceptionally majestic and reached all the way to the sky. Even a true god would find it hard to believe after seeing such a monstrous mountain. This was a miracle created by a portion of the Een attribute spiritual veins in the Cloud Ridge Mountains of Yinzhou. On the Een Mountain range that was shrouded in black mist, there were many spiritual residences. That was a top-notch spiritual residence. For ordinary souls, if they could obtain a spirit abode in the Een Mountain range, they wouldn't trade it even if they had to give up a temple. One could foresee that after Qin Feng placed the Nether King's temple here, this Een Mountain range would become the center of the underworld and evolve in the future. Even without using his divine sense, Qin Feng knew that the scenery above the Een Mountain range could not be hidden from Qin Feng. The Een Mountain range had given birth to a royal grade temple, 2 sub-royal grade temples. Next were the 10 high-grade temples. On the other hand, there were more than 49 mid-tier temples, and there were still many mid-tier temples being born. There were even more low-grade temples. Qin Feng sealed most of them and hid them away, waiting for the right time for their owners to be born. The temples in the Een Mountain range were too important, and Qin Feng would not give them away so easily. Furthermore, the 9 Serenity tribe had very few desolates. Even if the old and weak were added up, there were only about 9,000 people. The number of experts was limited. It would be a waste to let all the temples be born. It was better to give away some of the temples that were born outside the Een Mountain range. At the foot of the Een Mountain range, there was a huge Yellow Spring River that flowed from the foot of the Een Mountain. Most of the spiritual residences and temples were on the Yellow Spring River. Most of them were on the branches of the Een Mountain range. Looking down from the sky, it was a magnificent sight. Even with Qin Feng's temperament, he could not help but feel excited when he saw such a huge foundation. If there was a day when the Yellow Spring River at the foot of the Een Mountain could be filled with netherworld gods and experts, how powerful would the entire underworld be? Looking at the spiritual residences emitting spiritual light at the foot of the Een Mountain, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of anticipation. His figure flew into the Een Mountain. Near the peak of the Een Mountain, Qin Feng saw an extremely majestic temple. This temple was not only magnificent and imposing, but it also had a majestic aura that was not inferior to a king-grade temple. A king-grade temple, after refining it, any expert would be able to obtain the strength of a quasi-deity in the underworld. This was the power of a king-grade temple. Even if an ordinary person obtained the recognition of a king-grade temple, he would be able to obtain the power of a king-grade temple in an instant and possess the strength of a quasi-deity. It was not only a king-grade temple. Low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade temples all had similar abilities. However, according to the quality of the temple, the power it could provide was also divided into different grades. This was the charm of a netherworld god. Even an ordinary spiritual residence would have extraordinary mysteries. Any wandering ghost that obtained a spiritual residence could become a ghost king in an extremely short period of time. Of course, in the underworld, the chances of obtaining the recognition of a temple were very low, unless Qin Feng, the netherworld king who controlled the underworld, took action and exerted his influence. The netherworld king was the ruler of the underworld. He was the eternal ruler of the underworld and had supreme authority in the underworld. Golden mouth and jade words. Only with the Netherworld King's conferment could one obtain a temple and become a Netherworld god. In short, without Qin Feng, the supreme king of the underworld, opening his mouth, no one would be able to become the master of these spiritual residences and temples. Looking at the King Grade Temple near the peak of the Yin Mountain, Qin Feng faintly smiled and waved his sleeves. A dark-colored sun flew out from his sleeves. This was his original Netherworld King manner. It contained a part of the underworld's origin. It was like a dark-colored sun. Under Qin Feng's control, it directly merged into the King Grade Temple below like water. At the peak of the Yin Mountain, one could see two huge dark-colored suns appear. The blazing black light illuminated the surrounding tens of thousands of li as if it was daytime. The two huge suns seemed to be fusing bit by bit. This kind of fusion was extremely smooth. In Qin Feng's senses, there seemed to be two supreme underworld origins that were of the same origin, completely merging. The first to fuse was the outer layer of the temple. Countless palaces were born from the original King Grade Temple. Those that were similar merged, while those that were different expanded. Especially the Great Earth Fortune Pool in the center of the King Grade Temple. It began to transform into the Great Earth Samsara Pool. Second update. Chapter 1160. The Great Earth Creation Pool. Generally speaking, spiritual houses and low-grade temples would only form the Great Earth Creation Pool. The Great Earth Creation Pool was a simplified version of the Great Earth Creation Pool. The Great Earth Creation Pool had an extraordinary effect on ordinary vengeful spirits. It could rapidly help ordinary Yin spirits condense their souls and form the body of a ghost god. The Great Earth Creation Pool had a miraculous effect on ordinary cultivators transforming into the body of an underworld god or refining their souls. Even if one wasn't an underworld god, they could use the Great Earth Creation Pool to refine their souls. The Great Earth Creation Pool was the name of the Great Earth Creation Pool after it was upgraded. It was even more mysterious and had the power of creation within it. If the Great Earth Creation Pool could help martial artists transform their souls into true souls and their true souls into Yin spirits. However, it was the limit at the Yin spirit realm. The Great Earth Creation Pool was a step further. It could help a cultivator produce Yang from extreme Yin, transforming the Yang spirit and even refining the saint's soul. Generally speaking, only mid-grade and high-grade temples would form the Great Earth Creation Pool. Above the Great Earth Creation Pool was the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool. The Great Earth Reincarnation Pool's function was even more mysterious. It had the ability to reincarnate. The underworld god could use the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool to refine the soul. It was almost like reincarnation. It could help a cultivator refine their nature, comprehend the laws, and refine their soul. Generally speaking, only King Grade temples would form the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool. A small number of King Grade temples would also form the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool if they were lucky enough. This King Grade temple also formed the Great Earth Reincarnation Pool. However, after merging with the Underworld God Temple, there was an even more mysterious change. The Great Earth Reincarnation Pool evolved further. In the center of the pool, 6 huge whirlpools were formed. The 6 whirlpools were like a huge millstone. The depths of the whirlpools led to an unknown place. It was evolving towards the 6 paths of Reincarnation Pool. Qin Feng closed his eyes and felt the evolving 6 paths of Reincarnation Pool. When the 6 paths of Reincarnation Pool was completed, its power would not be inferior to a Khanate treasure. If the 6 paths of Reincarnation Pool could penetrate the myriad worlds, it would be a supreme treasure with potential not inferior to the Desolate Dragon sect. At the same time, a fire seed fell into it. The fire seed of the 9th Hell tribe. Qin Feng did not pay attention to the fire seed. Instead, he took the opportunity to comprehend the netherworld law that was almost exposed in his spiritual force. The Earth Reincarnation Pool was absorbing the origin of the underworld Earth. It was transforming rapidly, revealing the Upanishads of the underworld's rules. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He closed his eyes, and his entire body emitted an indescribable and lively brilliance. If an expert was here, they would be able to see a type of divinity. It was an extremely rich water-type divinity. Inside the Nether King's temple that was in the midst of the fusion, the essence of the Nether Law turned into a pitch-black divine light. Qin Feng's figure was like a ball of light, bathing in the Netherworld's laws and profundities. Countless Netherworld laws and profundities appeared in his sea of consciousness. Qin Feng instinctively activated the six harmonies scripture technique. His divine will collided, and it was as if millions of avatars had appeared. They were trying their best to decipher the profound mysteries of the Netherworld's rules. Fortunately, he had cultivated the six harmonies of heaven art to the Deshang realm. His divine will's deduction speed was extremely fast. Among them, Qin Feng focused on the part related to the Netherworld Yellow Spring's profundities. The water of the Netherworld Yellow Spring was the water of the river of forgetfulness. It involved the most profound soul. In his sea of consciousness, countless divine wills were deducing. The rich Netherworld Yellow Spring's profundities seemed to form a vast Netherworld Yellow Spring. It was unknown where it began and where it ended. However, this was still not enough. Qin Feng split another half of his divine will to fuse the profundities of the water origin law with the water origin law. This was what it meant to draw inferences about other things. As the Netherworld Yellow Spring's profundities evolved, the water-type divine sun began to separate and absorb the Netherworld Yellow Spring's profundities in his sea of consciousness. It gradually evolved into a yellow spring sun. With the original water-type divine sun as the center, it began to revolve. The eighth water origin heavenly law was born. Forget 3 lives. Life drain black water, devouring origin, endless whirlpool origin, bombardment water, curtain, lotus tears of the mysterious underworld indestructible star. Forget 3 lives. This was the 8th water origin heavenly law. After inheriting the 7th water origin heavenly law, after comprehending slightly, Qin Feng immediately understood the power of the 8th water origin heavenly law. Forget 3 lives. This was the same as the tears of Shimming. It was also a heavenly law that focused on divine soul attacks. Once it blasted out, anyone who was hit by it would have a part of their memory erased. Once the Shang was hit, it could even reduce a supreme expert's intelligence to that of an infant. It was a very powerful ability. There was still a part of the temple of the Netherworld King that was being fused. Qin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He once again immersed himself in comprehending. This time, he chose another water origin law that intersected with the Netherworld Yellow Spring's profundities. Myriad Spirit Primordial Water. This was one of the 9 great primordial waters. Its design was to comprehend the spirituality of all things in the world in another direction. In the Holy City, 1 month after the Stone King left, someone finally felt that something was amiss. Other than the King of Crush, who was in seclusion, the remaining 4 kings in the Holy City's temple had arrived. Below them were many level 15 experts in the Holy City. The King of Thunder, the King of Scarlet, the King of Hurricane, and the King of Cotton. The 4 kings were high and mighty. The temple was like the kingdom of a giant god. It was abnormally tall. There were 6 huge thrones. Among them, the 1st and 4th were empty. On the 2nd throne, there was a terrifying sun formed by a huge thunderbolt. A majestic voice sounded. "Tell me about the Netherworld tribe. What's going on?" The main hall was silent for a moment. A level 15 Gale giant stood up and walked to the center of the main hall. He bowed slightly to the 6 thrones in the main hall. Then he said, "According to the information we have, the Netherworld tribe is a newly born tribe. According to the information we have, the king of this tribe is an outsider. Moreover, he annihilated the Bronzebeard tribe and the Silver tribe in the Wu state within a month and completed the unification of the Wu state. In the Stone King's temple, Zhu Ting seemed to have discovered something fishy. He immediately reported it to the Divine Wind Hall. Therefore, the Divine Wind Hall immediately sent out the Yellow Wind Venerable to inspect the tribe. Hearing that, many experts in the temple nodded secretly. That seemed to make sense. Many people in the temple sneered secretly. What inspection? Why would they need the Yellow Wind Venerable to inspect the tribe? This person was extremely ferocious, evil, and greedy to the extreme. No matter what reason he had, he would strip off a layer of skin. Many people present here were clearly aware of how many tribes had been crushed at the hands of this Yellow Wind Exalt. Third update. Chapter 11:61. The Hall Master of Divine Wind Hall paused for a moment, and then his face turned grave. But soon bad news came. Elder Huang Feng's soul lamp in the tribe was extinguished. As everyone knows, Elder Huang Feng is His Majesty the Stone Monarch's subordinate. Naturally, His Majesty the Stone Monarch wasn't willing to leave the matter at that. He personally led the 13 elders of Stone Monarch Palace to Wu Province. But unexpectedly, not long after, the 13 elders extinguished their soul lamps almost at the same time. After pondering for a moment, the Hall Master of Divine Wind Hall spoke again. 9 of the elders extinguished their soul lamps almost at the same time. In the shrine, gasps could be heard. 9 elders extinguished their soul lamps at the same time. Didn't that mean 9 elders died at the same time? It should be known that the 13 elders of Stone Monarch Palace weren't all weak. They were all existences at rank 15, and there was no lack of experienced middle heavenly experts among them. In the hall, although some people were confident that their strength wasn't inferior to the 13 elders of Stone Monarch Palace, they might not necessarily be able to defeat them. At least a quasi-deity. Many elders of Holy City had unsightly expressions. Above the 6 thrones, King Mumian, who sat on the 6th throne, asked, "Did His Majesty the Stone Monarch extinguish his soul lamp?" The Hall Master of Divine Wind Hall shook his head slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "Not yet." And it didn't weaken at all. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. According to normal reasoning, if Stone Monarch encountered a powerful enemy he couldn't resist, even if he was only injured, his soul lamp should have flickered and changed. Did you investigate the 9 Nether tribe? How is it? Did Stone Monarch and the others go to the 9 Nether tribe? Hurricane King asked with a trace of inquiry. The Hall Master Divine Wind Hall shook his head. We can confirm that His Majesty the Stone Monarch and the others went to the 9 Nether tribe. All the tribes along the way can testify that His Majesty the Stone Monarch didn't conceal his tracks. As for the 9 Nether tribe, we also sent people to investigate. There seems to be nothing strange, and there are no traces of a fierce battle. Then where did Stone Monarch go? Hurricane King frowned. The hall fell into silence. On the 6 thrones, the 2nd Thunder King opened his eyes. There was a trace of a sigh in his eyes. I'm afraid he encountered an enemy he couldn't resist. His expression was one of deep worry. Thunder King, do you mean that the Stone Monarch betrayed us and surrendered? The Scarlet King, who was sitting on the 3rd throne, asked coldly. I'm afraid that's the case. Don't you? And I know 4th Brother's character well. When we attacked his Stone King tribe and saw that we couldn't defeat you and me, he simply surrendered. King Thunder sneered coldly. He knew the Stone Monarch's character very well. Back then, the Stone King tribe was also abnormally powerful. They had even unified Zhuozhou, Wuzhou, and Lizhou. They were so powerful that they could threaten the Holy City. Thus, the Holy City sent out the King of Thunder and the King of Scarlet to reclaim it. They had originally thought that the king who was able to unify the 3 great sand continents would also be a ruthless character. Who would have thought that the Stone King would join the Holy City without hesitation when he saw that he was no match for them? His tribe merged with the Holy City. The 4 kings looked at each other and saw the stern look in each other's eyes. Although the King of Stone was a man who changed his rudder according to the wind, he was still a very insidious man. If he could win, He would definitely use any means necessary. Only when he couldn't see any hope would he decisively give up. The Stone King's cultivation was at the peak of Middle Heaven, but all the kings present knew that he was a true quasi-deity. He was the fourth quasi-deity after the King of Destruction, the King of Thunder, and the King of Scarlet. It seems like we can only wait for the King of Destruction to enter seclusion before we can decide whether to fight or make peace with the Netherworld tribe. The King of Thunder transmitted his voice to the other three kings. That's the only way. I hope the King of Destruction can break through to the King realm during his seclusion. Yes, the situation isn't optimistic. Outside the Twilight Desert, the majority of the desolate forest has already fallen into the hands of the Wood Shaman tribe. Only a few large tribes are making their final struggle. That Wood Shaman king is rumored to be a true king, the reincarnation of an ancient true god. The remaining tribes in the desolate forest won't be able to hold on for long. Once all the tribes in the desolate forest fall into the hands of the Wood Shaman tribe, I'm afraid our Twilight Desert will be the first target. That shouldn't be the case. Our Twilight Desert is a part of the Desolate Desert. Although it has 36 prefectures, it is very barren. Even if the Wood Shaman King wants to find his next home, he should be looking for the Desolate Mountains. Impossible. Although the Desolate Mountains are a fertile land, a peerless expert has also appeared in the Desolate Mountains. He is currently joining forces with many tribes to attack the central mountain capital. Mountain capital is already on the verge of collapse. As long as the Wood Shaman tribe isn't stupid, they wouldn't go and fight that peerless expert in the Desolate Mountains head-on. Troubled times. I heard that invaders have appeared in many desolate regions. Moreover, they're extremely powerful invaders. They're all reshuffling the cards. Yes, I hope the King of Destruction can advance to the King realm in one fell swoop. Sweep through the 36 prefectures of the Desolate Desert and unify it. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. Those invaders are all ambitious people. They definitely won't let the Desolate Desert go. The strength of a tribe depends on the size of its territory. Every time it conquers a prefecture is a growth for the tribe. Among them, being the king of the tribe, the benefits are the greatest. The more desolate regions it conquers, the stronger it will be. How can we let go of such a wonderful thing? That's right. If it weren't for the mysteries of the fire seed, how could we have the strength of a quasi-deity in a short 1,000 years? Cloud Prefecture's underworld. On top of the Een mountain range, there was a huge underworld king temple. It was glorious and majestic. It was like a huge sun on top of the mountain, illuminating the underworld. At this moment, the Underworld King Manor had already completely merged with the King Grade Temple. The temple looked abnormally huge, like a pearl on top of the mountain. At the center of the Underworld King Temple, the space inside was extremely vast. Black fog was dense. That was the extreme energy of heaven and earth. Only within the Underworld King Temple would there be such dense energy. In the center of the temple, Qin Feng closed his eyes. Extremely dense, spiritual light undulated around his body. The Earth Reincarnation Pool had already completed its advancement. The dense aura of the Netherworld's laws was currently dissipating like a tide. In front of the temple, in the pitch-black pool, 6 huge whirlpools appeared in the water, emitting a strange and majestic energy. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Within the divine sun formed by the water origin law in his sea of consciousness, an illusory crystal core was faintly discernible. A peculiar water origin law rippled out. The ninth heavenly law comprehended from the myriad spirits' true water, had already taken shape. It transformed into a small clear sun that revolved around the divine sun, formed by the water origin law. The 3 small suns seemed to revolve around the planets of the solar system. After obtaining the opportunity of fusing with the King Grade Temple, he had finally comprehended the 9th level of the water origin law. It had advanced to the quasi-deity level. Around him, an extremely majestic and enormous divine power coiled around him and soared into the sky. F*CK There was thunder in the afternoon, and my computer suddenly went dark. I even lost the manuscript. So annoying, I only managed to complete this chapter now. Chapter 1162. A ray of light shot out from the Netherworld King's temple, piercing through the dark clouds that covered the Een Mountain all year round. Boom! It was as if the wind and clouds from all directions had gathered above his head, forming a sound similar to that of a tidal wave. After a long time, the icy blue light slowly receded. Within the temple, Qin Feng closed his eyes and opened his arms wide. The 8,000 pores on his body seemed to release an extremely holy aura. There was a kind of pressure that surpassed the heavens and earth spreading around his body. This was the quasi-deity realm. After the 14th level supreme realm was the 15th level. Actually, no matter which path a cultivator belonged to, after reaching the 14th level Great Circle, they could attack the true God realm. However, true gods were also divided into different grades. Those who obtained the post-celestial seat were called post-celestial true gods. Those who obtained the post-celestial seat were called post-celestial true gods. Those who obtained the post-celestial seat were called post-celestial origin gods. Without a doubt, post-celestial origin gods were stronger than post-celestial and post-celestial true gods in terms of strength, potential, and other aspects. At the same time, post-celestial true gods were also stronger than post-celestial true gods. But everyone knew that it was extremely difficult to become a post-celestial true god. 14th level Great Circle Supreme Realm experts were basically unable to obtain the favor of post-celestial and post-celestial seat. 14th level Great Circle Supreme Realm experts, even if they were lucky, could only obtain the post-celestial seat. Next was the 15th level Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm experts surpassed the 14th level Supreme Realm. From low to high, they were Lesser Celestial, Middle Celestial, and Greater Celestial. Because a Celestial expert was far stronger than a 14th level Supreme Realm expert, they were separated from 14th level Supreme Realm experts. Even a Lesser Celestial expert could kill a 14th level Great Circle Supreme Realm expert. But generally speaking, although the Celestial Realm was also known as the 15th level, it could only be said to be stronger than a 14th level Supreme Realm expert and weaker than a 15th level True God. In a certain sense, the Celestial Realm could be said to be between 14th and 15th level. It could be said to be the supplement and continuation of the 15th level Supreme Realm. In many ancient eras, the Celestial Realm did not exist. It was only with the development of martial arts that the concept of Celestial Realm appeared. Some martial experts discovered that the further one walked in the Celestial Realm, the higher the chances of obtaining a powerful deity seat. 14th level experts were unable to obtain the post-celestial seat and post-celestial origin seat. But after stepping into the Heaven Realm, things were different. The further one walked in the Heaven Realm, the higher the chances of obtaining a mid-deity throne and an innate source deity throne. In the beginning, there were only two stages of demi-immortal, lesser demi-immortal, and middle demi-immortal. The powerhouse who created these two realms called himself the First Heaven. He was also the first son of heaven of the primordial era. But in the primeval age, a peerless almighty accidentally discovered that there was another realm after the two realms of Empyrean. This realm was so powerful that it was comparable to a Hoteon true god. Hence, that person named it Greater Celestial Realm. It was also known as the King Realm. That peerless almighty obtained the godly position as a Greater Celestial and became a true god. He realized that he was extremely strong, far stronger than ordinary innate origin gods. Thus, he called himself the #1 divine king. From then on, any Greater Celestial king who ascended to godhood would be known as the God King. The King of Gods. Before the King Realm, above the Middle Celestial Realm, there was still a small realm. An expert of this level was far stronger than an ordinary Middle Celestial expert. but weaker than an ordinary Hoteon true god. This minor realm was the quasi-deity realm, just one step away from becoming a greater celestial king. After that was the fourth and fifth realms of Empyrean realm, strong celestial and heaven-defying celestial. These two realms were created by a group of primordial emperors. Strong celestial was the fourth realm of Empyrean realm. An expert of this realm was already stronger than an ordinary true god, comparable to an innate origin god. As for the fifth realm, it was comparable to a rank 16 over god in terms of combat power. Of course, a heaven-defying celestial had combat power comparable to a rank 16 over god. Rumor had it that the primordial sway sovereign had defeated a foreign world over god with the extraordinary strength of a heaven-defying celestial. There was a great deal of luck involved. The foreign world over god had crossed over and was not on his home ground. Thus, he was defeated. It did not mean that a heaven-defying celestial could defeat a rank 16 over god. If it was a one-on-one battle, a heaven-defying celestial might not be a match for a rank 16 over god. However, a heaven-defying celestial did have the possibility of reaching the heavens in a single step. Once a heaven-defying celestial became a lord, they would not be an ordinary rank 16 over god. After becoming a quasi-deity, Qin Feng's deity position was within reach. If he could return to the Linghai continent in time, he might be able to ascend to godhood in a short period of time. However, even if he could return to the Linghai continent immediately, Qin Feng would not be willing to do so. To Qin Feng, this place was a huge opportunity. He had only opened up 3 continents of the underworld, but the fate energy and fate energy gathered there had allowed him to ascend to quasi-deity in just a few months. If he could unify the entire Twilight Desert and open up a desolate underworld, wouldn't he be able to ascend to King Realm? If he could take over the entire primordial land, it would become the greatest foundation for Qin Feng to ascend to Overgod. If he returned to the Linghai continent, he would not be so lucky. It was extremely difficult to ascend to King Realm. Many continents of the Linghai continent had their own masters, and there might be an ancient king sleeping in one of them. Wanting to open up the underworld with the power of the inside of a continent and gather the fate energy and fate energy of the underworld was probably just a pipe dream. Then there was the Battle of Dao. If he were to open up the underworld in the Linghai continent, not to mention others, underworld ancestor Wang Daoi would be the first to object. That Wang Daoi was an even more monstrous character than Qin Feng. He had reincarnated 10 times, and in each of his reincarnations, he had reached King Realm. In this life, he was probably aiming for the position of Master God. Although Qin Feng was confident in himself, he knew his limits when facing such an ancient antique. Moreover, it was not worthwhile for him to turn this future ally into a mortal enemy, unless his brain was crushed by a door. Only then would he force himself to do so. He slightly retracted his quasi-deity aura. Next, as long as I fuse the 9 types of water elemental laws into one and condense the illusory water elemental origin godhead, I will be able to ascend to greater celestial realm. If he were to reach this step in the Linghai continent, he would need countless years, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to ascend to greater celestial realm. However, in the primordial land, there was no need for such trouble. As long as he continued to expand the tribe and strengthen the tribe's fate energy, the fire seed condensed by the tribe's fate energy would be able to accelerate his comprehension of the laws of nature. Moreover, Qin Feng had also obtained a fate energy burning technique that could accelerate his comprehension of the laws of nature. As long as the tribe continued to expand, it would not be impossible for them to ascend to greater celestial realm, strong celestial realm, or even defying celestial realm. To Qin Feng and the others, entering the primordial land was an opportunity that they would not be able to find even in hundreds of years. After comprehending the mysteries within, not to mention leaving on their own accord, even if they were in a hurry to leave, they would think of all sorts of ways to stay here. Many readers said that they did not understand the earlier levels, so this chapter will explain it to them. Chapter 1163. He closed his eyes to comprehend. At this moment, he was standing in the Netherworld King's temple. The fate energy of the underworld kept gathering. If it was possible, Qin Feng could use it at any time. With the help of the Netherworld King's power, his comprehension of the laws would reach a level that ordinary people would be stunned. With his divine will, the fate energy of the underworld flowed in a few directions. A part of it was on him, the Netherworld King, causing him to be constantly nurtured by the origin of the underworld. A part of it was on the Netherworld King's deity position in his body. It caused the Netherworld King's deity position to gradually transform into the Netherworld Emperor's deity position. A small part of it was absorbed by the water-type deity position that was being nurtured, refining the water-type origin deity position and increasing its quality. This part of the fate energy was mainly provided by the Yellow Springs River in the underworld. The remaining fate energy of the underworld flowed into the Earth reincarnation pool to refine this treasure, causing it to evolve into the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. The remaining fate energy was split into 2 parts. One flew out of the Netherworld King's temple and landed on a small bell under the eaves of the temple. That small bell was small and exquisite, and its entire body was a mysterious black color. It looked very illusory. It looked like it had just been nurtured. It only had its shape, but not its spirit. However, outside the appearance of this black treasure bell, there was a strange power that could suppress thousands of souls. As the fate energy of the underworld flowed in, a part of it and the origin of the underworld gathered on it, causing some abnormally complicated patterns to appear on the small bell. It was as if thousands of ghosts were submitting to it. Soul, suppressing bell. This was the second treasure nurtured by the underworld. This treasure was similar to the Earth reincarnation pool. It was still being nurtured, and its power was still growing. It had a mighty power that could suppress thousands of ghosts. Qin Feng's thoughts moved, and a strange spiritual root appeared in the void. The veins on the pale golden vines were relaxed. On the dense leaves, there were 3 gourds, 1 big and 2 small. The big one was dark and filled with spirituality. Connate gourd root. This spiritual root was extremely spiritual. When its roots were pulled out and moved to the underworld, the roots were like snakes, making weird noises like fish out of water. Soon, the roots seemed to have locked onto the Earth reincarnation pool. A few roots suddenly sank into the extreme water in the Earth reincarnation pool. Gudong Gudong. Like a giant, this connate gourd vine spirit root greedily absorbed the water of the Earth reincarnation pool. Branches and leaves spread out, and pale golden vines crawled all over the ground. Among the 3 gourds, the largest one was pitch black. It was emitting a dense black light. Sure enough, it's starting to grow. A bright light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Just as he expected, the Earth reincarnation pool contained the extreme origin water, which was beneficial to the growth of the gourd. In just a short moment, the black gourd had grown by half a size. This spirit root was like a child who had never had enough to eat. It greedily absorbed the Earth reincarnation pool's extreme origin energy. What surprised Qin Feng the most was that as he entered the underworld, he could see that a part of the karmic luck in the underworld had drilled into the pitch-black gourd and began to refine that peculiar gourd. As for the other 2 small gourds, they still looked like they had just sprouted. Qin Feng glanced at them, smiled, and flew out of the Netherworld King's Hall. During this period of time, the people of the 9 Nether tribe had arrived at Cloud State. The Cloud State's underworld had also become much more lively. Many elders had entered the temples in Cloud State's underworld to fulfill their duties as netherworld gods. Some of the higher-ups were also given a part of their spiritual houses by Qin Feng. In general, most of the Cloud State's underworld was still empty. However, this kind of empty and quiet place gradually became lively as a part of the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts were born from the soul refining pool. Some of the eggs of the netherworld beasts were also hatching. Half a day later, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the Wu State's underworld. His figure flashed. To Qin Feng, tens of thousands of miles were just a matter of taking a few more steps. After a short moment, he appeared in the village in the Nine-Ring mountain range. The village was already empty. Most of the people of the Nine Nether tribe had migrated. Only a few hundred people of the original primordial tree tribe were left. Since Queen Mother Earth, Yuan Yin'er, did not leave, these people were not willing to migrate, so they simply stayed. However, Qin Feng left a trace of the tribe's fire seed, so they were not afraid of any attacks from the ferocious beasts or the desert storm. Qin Feng appeared in the village, and the 6 powerhouses who stayed in the village immediately sensed it. 6 streams of flowing light approached rapidly. The King of Stone, Tong, and Yuan Yin Yuan Shi by Xen, and Yi Ding landed in front of Qin Feng almost at the same time. Your Majesty. The 6 of them were slightly shocked and quickly bowed. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the sea of sand. It seems that the people of the Holy City are not very brave. The 6 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. 2 months have passed. I think that before they know the ins and outs of the Nine Nether tribe, the powerhouses of the Holy City will not send people here rashly, Yi Ding said with a frown. The powerhouses of the Holy City were not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. However, it made sense. Even a quasi-deity had fallen in the Wu province. Qin Feng's expression was cold. Since they are not willing to make a move, then we will take the initiative. The 6 of them were startled. The King of Stone's expression changed. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Naturally, we will kill our way to their door. Don't you think that the Holy City has given us so many great gifts? Shouldn't we repay them properly? Kill our way to their door. CSI. The 6 of them could not help but gasp. Even a shrewd person like the King of Stone could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This Nine Nether King actually wanted to kill their way to their door. The Holy City was a roly-poly that stood tall on this desert. For millions of years, it had been the overlord of this land. Qin Feng actually wanted to kill their way to their door. However, on second thought, as a true god who had surpassed the 15th level, it was not impossible to kill their way to their door, as long as the Holy City was dealt with. The 11 prefectures occupied by the Holy City would belong to the Nine Nether tribe. Your Majesty, do you need us to accompany you? Yi Ding's gaze fell on Qin Feng's body. Everyone was startled. To be able to watch a true god in action was undoubtedly a great benefit for them. However, the danger was also not small. If they were to be slightly grazed by the aftermath of such an existence, they might lose their lives. Looking at Yi Ding in surprise, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. You guys just guard the Nine-Ring Mountain and wait for my return. With a flash, Qin Feng disappeared from where he was. Seeing this, a few of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although witnessing a true god in action was a great opportunity, the danger was too great. Yuan Continent. As a location of the Holy City, Yuan Continent was the place with the densest vitality under the rule of the Holy City. Yuan Continent's vitality surpassed even Yinzhou. The Holy City was in the center of Yuan Continent, below the primitive Emperor Mountain. Second update. Chapter 1164. The primitive Emperor Mountain was a sacred realm that wasn't inferior to the Cloud Ridge at all. The Holy City, prostrating at the foot of the mountain, was like a divine country of a god, like a colossus of the earth. The surging tide of spiritual qi couldn't hide from Qin Feng's divine sense. That was a kind of huge fluctuation of vitality, like a demonic god. For existences like Qin Feng, even if they were separated by tens of thousands of li, he would be able to sense it. After absorbing this king grade spirit vein, the Cloud Ridge spirit vein will definitely advance a step further. This thought flashed through his mind. Qin Feng's figure had already arrived in the sky above the Holy City. Who dares to trespass into the Holy City? Audacious, courting death. Instantly, the experts of the Earth Giant race saw Qin Feng's figure. The sky above the holy city was a forbidden area. Even the 6 kings of the holy city couldn't fly in the sky above the holy city. This was a kind of blasphemy to the holy city. A group of earth giants rushed out of the holy city in a menacing manner, full of murderous intent. There was no lack of 15th rank experts among them. Scram! Above the void, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. The corner of his mouth hooked up coldly as he waved his sleeve. An extremely terrifying force swept out. Bang! 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 The dozens of figures that rushed over smashed into the ground like cannonballs. The ground caved in, and dozens of huge human-shaped pits appeared. Esteemed guests have arrived. Could it be that the holy city doesn't know how to treat guests? A loud voice echoed throughout the holy city. Qin Feng's eyes were deep, as if he could see through the entire holy city. Who's causing trouble? Too savage. Let's go take a look. The loud voice echoed throughout the holy city. Many experts who were in seclusion were disturbed by the voice and almost suffered from qi deviation. One by one, they came out of seclusion in extreme anger. Rumble. Streams of divine consciousness shot up into the sky and swept across the void. It's him, the 9th Underworld King. Many higher-ups of the holy city were shocked. A few days ago, they were still discussing the 9th Underworld tribe. How could they not know the identity of the 9th Underworld King? What a savage brat. 4 streams of light flew out from the 4 huge shrines of the holy city. The aura of a quasi-deity was not concealed at all. King of Thunder, King of Scarlet, King of Hurricane, and King of Cotton appeared in the sky one after another. They stared coldly at the black-clothed youth not far away. 2 quasi-deities and 2 peak, mid-heaven experts. They're all out. Very good. Qin Feng nodded. Will you surrender or be killed by me? The 4 kings were stunned when they heard this. Then, they flew into a rage. Too arrogant. 9th Underworld King, are you going to fight to the death with our holy city? A quasi-deity level aura burst out from the King of Thunder's body, like a huge thunder sun. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. Qin Feng shook his head. You're wrong. This king is not here to fight to the death with you. This king is here to accept the surrender of the 5 kings of the sacred city. With a slightly cold expression, Qin Feng directly released the supreme demonic nature that was usually sealed in the depths of his heart. The dense supreme demonic majesty towered above the void. The power of a greater celestial king erupted. This, feeling the enormous majesty above the quasi-deity level, the 4 kings' faces instantly changed. Under this extremely powerful majesty, quasi-deities found it extremely difficult to even move. Within the holy city, all the living beings within a radius of 100,000 li were lying on the ground. They were intimidated by the terrifying majesty and were staring at the sky in horror. They were like ants on the ground. The King of Thunder's tone was somewhat cryptic. That terrifying sense of crisis had already reached the hearts of the 4 kings. It was as though it would descend the next moment. Just as they were about to speak, rumble. Suddenly, a towering aura burst out from the depths of the earth. The dense majesty surpassed the quasi-deity level. The enormous aura rushed out, intending to be on par with Qin Feng. King of Crush, the expressions of the King of Thunder, King of Scarlet, King of Hurricane, and King of Cotton changed. Could it be that the King of Crush had broken through? The 4 kings were pleasantly surprised. Although he's stronger than ordinary quasi-deities, he's still not a true greater celestial king. Qin Feng shook his head. True God law, boundless demonic Tao. A terrifying black light shot out from his hand. Rumble. It was as though the heavens were collapsing and all living things were sinking. The terrifying black light directly shattered the defensive power of the holy city's fire seed and landed on the place where the enormous aura was rising. That was a huge shrine. As everyone knew, that was the shrine of the King of Crush, who was ranked number 1 among the 6 kings of the holy city. But the next moment, the shrine suddenly turned into nothingness under the black light and directly hit a quasi-deity rank earth giant inside the shrine, whose face was filled with shock. Rumble. The enormous power shattered him, and the remaining force didn't stop there. A huge hole that was thousands of meters deep appeared on the ground. Dead? The 4 kings looked at this scene with bitter gazes. Qin Feng shook his head. Although the king of Crush's divine body had been destroyed, his life force hadn't been severed. A layer of dense yellow light appeared where he was standing. The origin energy of the earth was being extracted, and the king of Crush's body was rapidly regenerating. The earth giant race's ancestors' true body could obtain an undying and indestructible body as long as they stepped on the ground, and the earth's power was endless. A 300-meter tall and sturdy giant appeared with a roar. At the same time, an earthen yellow fire seed from the center of the holy city entered his body. A huge wave of power appeared. A terrifying aura engulfed tens of thousands of li. It was above heaven and earth. The aura of a true god suddenly appeared. Countless people in the holy city were overwhelmed with shock. The power of a true god. Borrowing the power of the holy city's fire seed, it can actually allow a quasi-deity to temporarily possess the power of a true god. In the void, the eyes of the 4 kings lit up. Amidst their shock, a trace of hope was ignited. Qin Feng's expression didn't change, and he sneered. This was also considered the power of a true god, although it surpassed quasi-deities and possessed the power and realm of a true god. The strength of a true god wasn't something a false god that relied on luck could compare to. True God's law shatter all things. The king of Crush roared loudly, and a terrifying power that could shatter all things erupted from his body. The blazing earthen yellow light instantly hit Qin Feng. Bang! Amidst the cheering of countless experts in the holy city, Qin Feng's otherworldly demon king body shattered with a loud bang. Like a dried-up piece of soil, it collapsed in the void and turned into black fog. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. His otherworldly demon king body could be condensed and dispersed, and it was completely different from the weakness and flaws of an ordinary true body. To him, this level of true God's law was nothing but a drizzle. Moreover, Qin Feng's otherworldly demon body didn't fear this kind of physical true God's law. A false god is ultimately a false god. Qin Feng's true body reformed, and the cheers on the ground came to an abrupt end. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as his gaze landed on the king of Crush. The other party had the true body of the ancestor of 5 cardinal points. Ordinary physical true God's law would be very difficult to kill. Even if it could suppress him, it would take a lot of effort. The other party's weakness should still be his soul. True God's law, reincarnation of the common people. A black light appeared in his hand and transformed into a huge black millstone. Billions of lives and endless mortal dust appeared. Third update. Chapter 1165. The black light suddenly struck the king of Crush. In just an instant, the king of Crush's 1,000 feet tall true body was stunned, and his eyes lost their color. His soul fell into the billions of mortal dust formed by the black light. In just a short moment, the memories of his divine soul had been battered to pieces. His soul was too weak. Qin Feng's eyes were thoughtful. There seemed to be another reason. It seemed to be another force. Because of the existence of that force, the king of Crush's soul sank even faster than an ordinary level 15 heavenly stratum powerhouse. Sensing it slightly, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. The other force was actually the fire seed of the holy city. Qin Feng could sense that the fire seed of the holy city seemed to contain the life imprints of 100,000 records. They were devout and tribal believers. Ancestor God bless us. Ancestor God bless the holy city. Those life imprints were the power contributed by the tribesmen of the holy city. Under the influence of the samsara power, the power of the fire seed seemed to be broken down, and the fate imprints left behind by countless living beings turned into billions of mortal dust. Almost instantly, the King of Crush's soul was shattered into pieces and drowned. The King of Crush's aura was almost gone, dead. In the holy city, the powerhouses who saw this scene stared blankly at the 1,000 feet tall true body of the earth giant that had completely lost its vitality. The King of Thunder, the King of Scarlet, the King of Hurricane, and the King of Cotton looked gloomy and lost all their fighting spirit. Now, what do you think? In the void, Qin Feng's gaze landed on the four kings. The four kings felt a chill in their hearts. Ignoring the helplessness and sadness in their hearts, they spoke in unison. "We are willing to submit to the 9th Underworld King." "Good," Qin Feng sneered. "Since that's the case, according to the rules, offer a wisp of your soul." The four kings looked at each other, somewhat unwilling. If they offered a wisp of their soul imprints, their lives would be in Qin Feng's hands. Seeing their expressions, Qin Feng naturally knew what they were thinking. This is the rule of the 9th Underworld tribe. If you make contributions in the future, you can take back your soul. Of course, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. At most, I'll kill all of you together. The four kings' expressions changed, and they hurriedly said, "We are willing." 4 wisps of their souls fell into Qin Feng's hands. Seeing that these 4 people were so tactful, Qin Feng also did not haggle over it anymore. Now that the holy city had fallen into his hands, the next step was to take over the holy city's territories one by one. Of the 11 prefectures, 3 had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. There were still 8 prefectures left. The underworld, Qi, the underworld, underworlds, and underworlds, underworld. Underworld, origin, illusory, water, divine, illusory, divine origin, and underworld. Some trivial matters were handed over to the 4 kings who had surrendered. World of underworld. At the same time, Qin Feng also summoned the Stone King. The 5 kings were originally 5 of the 6 kings of the holy city, and their might was extremely great. Apart from a small number of people who didn't know what was good for them and were killed as a warning to others, the majority of the experts obediently chose to submit. Secondly, he had to destroy the original mystery and help the kindling. At this step, Qin Feng was already familiar with it. 1 month later, in the underworld of the Yuan continent. The underworld of Yuan continent was no less vast than Yinzhou, as the gathering place of the Earth Giant royal family for generations. Needless to say, this place was almost the top of the 11 provinces under their control. After the underworld was created, many temples and spirit residences were born here. It was second only to the Cloud Prefecture in the center of the underworld. However, in terms of liveliness, this place was the best of the 11 prefectures in the underworld. That's right, the 11 prefectures of the underworld. After the Yuan continent sacred city was subdued, the remaining 7 continents surrendered almost immediately. They sent out a portion of the experts from the sacred city, and with a multi-pronged approach, the large tribes in the wilderness had almost no power to resist. The sacred city was indeed very powerful. If Qin Feng didn't have the power of a true god, he might not have been able to suppress the sacred city. However, the core of the 11 prefectures was no longer the Yuan continent, but Yinzhou. That was the dream place of all the elders of the tribe stationed outside the 11 prefectures. In the underworld of the Yuan continent, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the spiritual energy of the King Grade Temple that was transformed from the central Yuan Emperor mountain, gradually being sucked away and degenerating into 5 upper grade temples. Yinzhou was the center of the 11 prefectures, and there was no need for the King Grade spiritual vein in other places. At the same time, in Yinzhou, central Yunling, after extracting the King Grade spiritual vein in the Yuan continent, the spiritual vein under Yunling seemed to have swallowed something extremely nutritious and became unusually huge. The length and width of the spiritual vein were almost 90% thicker. The change was very obvious. At the foot of the Yunling mountain, where the new abysmal sacred city was located, many experts could clearly feel that the spiritual qi flowing in the void had almost doubled again. Many experts from the sacred city obviously realized that the spiritual qi in the Yunling mountain was much more terrifying than the primitive Emperor Mountain in the Yuan continent. On the mountain, many spiritual roots were growing at an accelerated rate, and many experts from the giants cheered. Many experts from the sacred city who had moved their families here looked a little dazed. Compared to the Yuan continent's sacred city, this place seemed more like the home of the earth giants. The rich spiritual qi filled the spiritual roots, spiritual beasts, and the rich water source. It was much more than the Yuan continent. Moreover, the experts could feel it. The mountain under their feet seemed to be growing. It became taller, thicker, and more beautiful. The land was more vast, and even the spiritual roots' growth cycle had become faster. In the new sacred city, many experts closed their eyes to sense it. In the underworld, the spiritual qi in many of the temples was stronger, especially the Yin mountain in the middle. It seemed to have become taller, as thick as Mount Zhou. A vigorous and majestic aura came toward them. On the ground, in the white bone plain, many powerful underworld beasts that were hunting for food and devouring vengeful spirits and malicious spirits felt the aura and let out low growls. At the top of the Yin mountain, there was a huge spiritual qi. This spiritual qi devoured the enormous power that descended from the spiritual qi and revealed a terrifying power. It was like the real spiritual moon, illuminating the dark and deep land. Under the illumination of this power, countless underworld beasts and malicious spirits hatched from their slumber, crawled out from the ground, and entered the white bone plain. Those with good fortune could cultivate divine powers, occupy a spiritual house, and become a ghost king. Those without good fortune would become delicacies in the mouths of other powerful underworld beasts. Some of the more powerful underworld gods realized that the entire Cloud State's underworld seemed to be expanding, and they were excited, as if they had swallowed a great tonic. Countless spiritual veins and earth veins were growing and expanding. For many underworld gods, the 11 states of the underworld were connected into one, and it was a feast. Chapter 1166. Opening 11 prefectures of the underworld and connecting them together was indeed a grand feast. At least for Qinfeng, that was the case. The new fate energy of the underworld came from the prefectures and entered the Netherworld King's temple. He stood there and felt as if he was surrounded by the fate energy of the underworld. His godly spirit was growing rapidly. The fate energy of the underworld came from the heavens and earth and from the living beings that entered the underworld. If the underworld could gather all the living beings in the universe to reincarnate, the fate energy obtained would be enough to make even a master god jealous. This time, Qinfeng took the opportunity to open up 11 prefectures of the underworld in order to gather the forces of the holy city. The living beings within were also quite impressive. Hence, the fate energy was extremely dense. Half of the fate energy was deposited in the various temples and spiritual residences, while the other half gathered in the Netherworld King's temple. Among them, the Earth Reincarnation Pool took the opportunity to absorb 10% of the fate energy to form this treasure. The soul-repressing bell outside the Netherworld King's temple also took 10%. The Khanate gourd vine in the Earth Reincarnation Pool also absorbed 5%. Of the remaining 25%, the Netherworld King's seat in his body absorbed 15%. The remaining 10% was for Qinfeng, the Netherworld King, to cultivate. He used all his strength to activate the Six Harmonies Heavenly Scripture technique and took this rare opportunity to deduce the water-type origin laws and try to fuse the 9 celestial laws into one. To Qin Feng, there were only 4 laws that he wanted to fuse. 6 of them had already fused into one and formed the water-type sun in the middle. The remaining 3 were the inextinguishable stars, forgetting 3 lifetimes and enlightening all spirits. These 3 water-type celestial laws were derived from the Khanate star primordial water, Khanate azure primordial water, and Khanate 10,000 spirits primordial water. Among these 3 celestial laws, 2 of them were supportive. For example, the inextinguishable stars absorbed the power of the stars of the universe and gained the ability to be indestructible. Enlightening all spirits was also a rather useless law. It could enlighten all living beings and give them intelligence. But it wasn't as if it had no offensive power. It was just that its usage was more supportive. The remaining 3 celestial laws had to be converted into pure water-type divinity one by one before they could be fused into one. This required a long time of comprehension. However, it was not without a shortcut. That was luck. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Feng activated the secret technique of providence and incinerated a portion of the underworld's providence that was surging into his body. The incinerated portion of the underworld's providence turned into spiritual light and fused into a sun that was transformed from the immortal star. It could be seen that the heaven rank law, which had been difficult to purify into water-type divinity, had begun to undergo a wonderful change. The celestial laws that were like stars and suns began to transform into a light blue color, as pure as the ocean. At the same time, their volume began to rapidly shrink. It was as if the impurities had been removed by the spirit fire, but it was getting purer and purer. Qin Feng's heart ached as he realized that the underworld's providence was burning faster and faster. After burning 1/3 of the undying star, the heaven rank law of the undying star finally stopped absorbing. He let out a sigh of relief and temporarily stopped the secret technique. At this time, the heavenly law of the undying star had been completely purified, and the law had been transformed into pure water divinity. It was abnormally agile, and it slightly shook the void. At this time, the huge water divinity sun in the center emitted a huge suction force. The divinity sun that had been purified by the immortal star heaven rank law immediately sank into the central divinity sun like a stream of light. It was like a river flowing into the ocean. The central divinity sun seemed to have expanded by a size in an instant. The huge power was emitted, and Qin Feng couldn't help but groan slightly. A feeling of extreme fullness filled his spirit. It was as if an ordinary person's strength had suddenly doubled. It was a very powerful feeling. Qin Feng took a look and saw that there was still 2/3 of the providence left. He immediately perked up. He continued to operate the secret technique and began to purify the forgetting 3 lives, the heaven rank law that had been comprehended and sublimated from the innate azure primordial water. With the first time, the second time was easy to purify. However, what shocked Qin Feng was that the amount of providence burned this time was almost twice as much as the first time. It took more than twice as much as the first time. The spiritual light transformed from the underworld's providence was only able to purify the forgetting 3 lives into water-type divinity. After consuming almost 10% of the underworld's providence, Qin Feng still had to pay out of his own pocket to complete the purification. Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. As the 8th heaven rank law was purified into water-type divinity and absorbed by the central divinity sun, the ice blue sun seemed to have expanded to the extreme at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the center, an extremely beautiful, illusory ice blue divinity was faintly discernible. The water-type divinity shook and fluctuated, causing the void to shake and fluctuate. A formless power swept across the horizon. Clouds and water converged, and the underworld seemed as if it was about to rain. The power of the quasi-deity of water had increased to the extreme. Peak quasi-deity of water. Just one more step away from fusing with the ninth heaven rank law and officially advancing to the greater celestial king realm. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a divine light flickered in his eyes. The greater celestial king realm was equivalent to a Hotian true god. Once one became a true god, their strength would far surpass ordinary innate true gods, and they would be revered as the innate water origin divine king. The innate water origin divine king was a type of divine king that could suppress any water true god. Moreover, they had the foundation of a water origin divine king. Qin Feng sucked in a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Looking inwardly at the water divinity sun in his body, he saw that around it, there was a lone water celestial law that resembled a bright moon. As long as he could purify and fuse with this last water heavenly law, he would be able to completely advance to the greater celestial king realm. However, this was destined to be impossible within a short period of time. When he was purifying the eighth heaven rank law, he had already used up so much of the underworld's providence. Who knew how much would be needed to fuse with the last and most crucial water heavenly law? Qin Feng definitely couldn't take the risk. The result of exhausting one's providence was something that Qin Feng had experienced firsthand. Kuan Tu's plan to deal with the demon race has to start. Qin Feng made up his mind. He needed providence, and he had to plunder it. Moreover, the forest wasteland at the edge of the desert was about to be unified. He had to seize the opportunity to unify the desert before the forest wasteland was unified. Otherwise, new problems might arise. 3 days later, in Cloud Region's Cloud Ridge, above the new Nine Nether Sacred City, in the center of the tall and majestic Nine Nether Palace, a huge black flame seed was burning fiercely. A powerful force that was not inferior to any true gods was intimidating. In the center of the palace, Qin Feng sat in his black imperial robe. Below the palace, many experts were gathered. Beside him was Yi Ding, and next to him were the original 5 kings of the sacred city. Below them were many elders who were middle celestial level 15 and above. On the left and right, behind a group of level 15 elders were a group of level 14 experts. The lineup was exceptionally luxurious. Qin Feng had never thought that there would be a day when his strength was comparable to a true god's, and he could command so many level 15 experts. Most of the people in the middle were from the original sacred city. Chapter 1167. Qin Feng had never imagined that there would be a day where his strength would be comparable to a true god and lead so many level 15 experts. Most of the people in the middle came from Holy City. Even the 5 from the Shang King tribe were among them. The 5 of them had been released by Qin Feng some time ago. After a round of intimidation, they had no choice but to submit to him. However, even though they had submitted and obtained the title of elder, they still had no authority. On the throne, Qin Feng swept his gaze across the crowd. Following the reorganization of the tribe, level 15 experts had appeared one after another. The level 14 experts in the tribe were now in an awkward position. Although they held high positions, their strength was still in an awkward position. Even though some of the experts were sitting in the front row, they could not sit still. Qin Feng chuckled in his heart. It was no wonder. At this time, the Nine Nether tribe had a grand lineup of experts. There were 3 quasi-deities, Thunder King, Scarlet King, and Stone King. There were a total of 28 middle celestial elders, and most of them were under the 6 kings of Holy City. Leading them were Hurricane King, Cotton King, and the Shang King from Great Shang tribe. These 3 elders had extremely strong foundations and were likely to advance to quasi-deity in a short period of time. The rest were lesser, celestial experts. There were even more of them, including the Nine Nether tribe and some of the large tribes who had submitted to Holy City. There were no less than 100 of them. This was a terrifying number. However, it was also within expectations. Almost all of the foundations of the 11 sand continents had been transferred to the 9 nether tribe. According to the rules of the 9 nether tribe, a lesser celestial could become a low-grade netherworld god. A middle celestial could become a middle netherworld god. A quasi-deity could become a high-grade netherworld god. This time, Holy City had captured 3 high-grade netherworld gods, close to 30 middle-grade netherworld gods, and over 100 low-grade netherworld gods. There were even more level 14 netherworld generals and level 13 netherworld generals. On the throne, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Everyone, I have invited you here today for only one reason. That is to prepare to take over the territories of the other continents. In the moment these words were spoken, the entire hall was shocked. Yi Ding, who sat on a throne 1 level lower, raised his head. Your Majesty, are you preparing to unify the desert? Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the numerous pairs of eyes as he calmly spoke. Not bad. Hearing the black-robed emperor's affirmation, the expressions of many experts in the temple changed slightly. Many of them were excited. After 2 months of adaptation, many of the experts that had just entered the 9th Hell tribe knew what this expansion meant. More providence meant more benefits. Among those present, there were still many 15th Order powerhouses who did not have their own temples. There were even more 14th-stage powerhouses. Many people longed for temples. Even the lowest-level underworld god temple had the ability to accelerate one's comprehension of rule power with the help of the temple's luck. Just this point alone was enough to drive ordinary cultivators crazy. He's an ambitious person as well. But the shocking thing is that he actually established a place like the underworld. Even the Wood Shaman King probably can't compare to him in this aspect. In the middle of the Great Hall, the Shang King lowered his head. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Even though he doesn't seem to be as powerful as the Wood Wizard King, it'll be hard to say what will happen if he unifies the desert and collects most of the desert's fortune. As the leader of a tribe in the wilderness, the Shang King's vision far exceeded that of ordinary 15th Order powerhouses. He knew very well where the potential of the underworld lay. The temple could boost one's strength for a short period of time. This was not rare. Many legendary treasures could do this. For example, a divine country or a tribal fire seed. But to be able to help one comprehend rule power was a little heaven-defying. And the corresponding underworld god position that the temple nurtured, that was a deity position. Moreover, the underworld god position seemed to be constantly absorbing the fortune of heaven and earth and seemed to be able to improve its quality. This was simply a miracle. The primordial land had never produced a deity position above the 3rd class, but the underworld had a high possibility of producing one. According to the Shang King's understanding, the underworld god position in the underworld should be divided into 9 classes. The underworld general position was the 8th class deity position. The underworld general position was the 7th class deity position. The low-grade underworld god position was the 6th class deity position. The middle-grade underworld god position was the 5th class deity position. The high-grade underworld god position was the 4th class deity position. The underworld king position was the 3rd class deity position. The 3rd class deity position was the postnatal true god position. In the primordial land, it was said that only those who were rescued by the ancestral god could have a chance to obtain it. The appearance of the underworld had indeed allowed the immemorial land to produce a deity position. This was a miracle that had never happened before. The Bell Spirit of heaven and earth. This was also the most important reason why the Shang King had decided to stay here. He raised his head. My king, may I know which side you plan to attack first? On the throne, Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the Shang King. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Shang Wuliang, you seem to have an idea. Shang Wuliang walked up from his seat and came to the center of the hall. He bowed slightly and said, My king, I suggest that you consider tearing apart the Kuan Tu country first. On the throne, Qin Feng frowned, somewhat puzzled. No. A 15th Order elder stood up. He looked at Shang Wuyang and shook his head. Elder Shang King, you may not be aware of the situation in the desert. As everyone knows, the Kuan-Tu country of the Khanate Earths is the strongest among the three major powers in the desert. We all know that we should pick the weakest persimmon. Attacking the strongest Kuan-Tu country instead of the weakest Earth Spirit city is like putting the cart before the horse. That's right. Another 15th Order elder stood up. Compared to the Kuan-Tu country, the monster race is scattered all over the place. Just like us, the Earth Giants, they occupy all the continents in their tribes. He looked at Shang Wuyang and shook his head. He walked up and bowed slightly to the black-robed emperor on the throne. Although the monster race occupies 12 continents and seems to be very powerful, most of them are not willing to submit to anyone. Although the Earth Spirit City is the leader of all the monster race forces, their control over the continents is extremely weak. This is the opportunity for us to break through in one fell swoop. That's right. In the temple, many experts nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the elder's spirit was lifted and a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the expressionless Shang Wuyang and said to Qin Feng, "But the Kuan-Tu country is different. This country is formed by the Khanate Earths of the Khanate nine-colored human race. Unlike the Earth Giants and the monster race, the Kuan-Tu country has established a country with a high degree of royal authority. It is deeply rooted in the 13 continents. If we attack recklessly, I'm afraid that our newly formed Juyo tribe will suffer heavy casualties." Second update. Chapter 1168. On the throne, the black-robed emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Shang Wuyang. "Shang Wuyang, what do you say?" Shang Wuyang bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I still suggest that you focus on Kuan-Tu." "Elder Shang, why is this so?" Yiding frowned as he sat on the secondary throne. Yiding was not the only one who was puzzled. Most of the elders in the hall were shocked. This Shang King did not seem like a stubborn person. He should not be speaking without thinking. "Your Majesty, Deputy Clan Leader, my great Shang tribe also has some status in the forest wilderness. I've heard that the Wood Witch King has an unusually good relationship with the Kunlun country. It seems that the Wood Witch King intends to marry the Kunlun Queen of the Kunlun country. The two major forces will unite by marriage." Shang Wuyang paused. Although he did not finish his sentence, everyone in the hall understood his concerns. Marriage? Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He was determined to conquer the desert, and he would not allow anyone to interfere. Originally, his plan was indeed to attack the demon race's Earth Spirit City. The Earth Spirit City was similar to the holy city of the Earth Giants. It managed the loose alliance of the demon race and received the worship of many powerful demon race experts. As long as he defeated the three-tailed Scorpion King in the Earth Spirit City, the demon race's 12 states would be in the bag. But now is not the time. Once they conquered the 12 states, the Sand Queen of Kuan-Tu would most likely be alerted and ask for help from the Wood Witch tribe in the forest. At that time, the Wood Witch King, who is comparable to a true god, would be attracted. The entire desert would be in a stalemate. Of course, to Qin Feng, the most important thing was that if he could not conquer the desert, the fate energy in it would not be enough to support him to break through to the greater Celestial King level. Since that's the case, I will make a trip to the Kunlun state where Kuan-Tu is located. Your Majesty is wise. Shang Wuyang heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had decided to join the Nine Hell tribe, he naturally hoped that the Nine Hell tribe would grow stronger. He did not want the support that he had painstakingly found to end up in a dead end. Qin Feng glanced at him and then looked around the hall. His gaze landed on the three high-grade underworld gods and Yiding. "Everyone, get ready to take over the 13 prefectures of Kuan-Tu's day. During my absence, Deputy Patriarch Yiding will be in charge, and the three upper-class underworld gods will be his assistants. All the elders will work together to govern. Get ready to take over the 13 prefectures of Kuan-Tu's day." "Yes, Your Highness." Many experts stood up in unison. On the throne, Qin Feng stood up and disappeared from the Cloud Prefecture's underworld in a flash. At the same time, the huge war machine of the Nine Nether Tribe began to operate rapidly. The 11 prefectures of Nine Nether Sacred City were filled with the aura of an impending storm. Kunlun State. This was the location of the Kun country, one of the 36 prefectures in the desert. Compared to the Yuan continent of the Earth Giants, this place was even more beautiful. The essence of the dragon vein was hidden underground. The Kunlun Mountain in the center was a king-grade spirit vein formed from a dragon vein. It was surrounded by dragon chi, and the Kun country's luck was in the form of a golden dragon. It was very majestic. In the imperial palace in the center of Kunlun State, for generations, the Kun country was ruled by the empress. This was related to the inheritance of the Kun country's royal family. The Kun country's royal family was a branch of the innate earth bloodline of the innate nine-colored human race. It had a long history and was said to have been passed down from a female innate human emperor. That female innate human emperor was Mother Earth, one of the true ancestors of the human race. The supreme technique of the Kunlun country, the innate Mother Earth technique, was usually only cultivated by women. When men cultivated it, it was very easy for them to go berserk and become women. After cultivating this technique, even if they gave birth, they would only give birth to female babies. This led to the fact that most of the powerhouses in the royal family of the Kun country were women. In the Kunlun Imperial Palace, there was a layer of dragon chi lingering around. Ordinary tribes formed the fire seed of the shrine to suppress the fate of the tribe and protect the tribe from the extreme environment of heaven and earth. Similar things existed in countries. However, the king of the country would forge the fire seed into other country weapons and use them as country treasures. They could be like the imperial jade seal of the ancient Sui emperor or the treasured sword of the country, the divine staff of the country, the divine pearl of the country, and so on. Country treasures were extremely precious. They contained fate. Not only could they defend against enemies, but they also had the power to suppress fate and the extreme weather of heaven and earth. Similarly, due to the different forms of the country treasures, they had all sorts of strange effects. For example, the sword-shaped Country Protector Divine Sword had a huge offensive power. The Country Protector Divine Staff symbolized power. It had a huge power boost to the concentration of imperial power. The Country Protector Divine Pearl could mostly assist the king in his cultivation. The Country Protector Imperial Jade Seal had an incomparable suppressive effect. The national treasure of the Kun country was a zither. It was called the Kunlun zither. Rumor had it that the first king of the Kun country obtained an innate earth saint fetus and nurtured it for 10,000 years. Ding dong. An extremely beautiful zither sound came from the Kunlun Imperial Palace. In the palace, many powerhouses were listening quietly. Everyone knew that the previous kings of the Kunlun country were all experts in the zither, and this generation's king was even better. In the hearts of the people, she had the reputation of being the zither empress. Not only could her zither sound move people's hearts, but it could also shake heaven and earth and shake the laws of all things. However, recently, for some unknown reason, many experts in the Kun country noticed that Empress Qin's music was tinged with a trace of worry and bleakness. It was no longer as ethereal, tranquil, and transcendent as it had been in the past, like the sound of nature. The zither sound gradually faded. In the Kunlun Imperial Palace, a peerlessly beautiful woman put down the phoenix-tailed zither in front of her and sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes were like ripples, as if the beauty of all things was flowing in her eyes. It was indescribably moving. "Your Majesty, are you still worried?" At the side, a beautiful and mature female official spoke up. She was abnormally mature, like a peach in April. Dressed in female official robes, she had a special kind of charm. Every move of hers carried a kind of elegance. Her aura was close to nature, like the harmony of clouds and water, the harmony of the zither. Clearly, she was a powerhouse. She was a quasi-deity, as everyone knew. The head maid of the Kunlun Empress, Li Wei, was not only a devastatingly beautiful woman, but also an extremely powerful quasi-deity. This empress can't help but be worried. The rise of the Netherworld tribe is too strange. In just a few months, they swept through the 13 provinces of the Holy City, and even the Holy City fell into their hands. It's too similar. Too similar to what? It's too similar to the rise of the Wood Witch tribe. The Kunlun Empress expression carried a trace of deep worry. Those invaders aren't ordinary people. They overturned the Holy City in a few months. I'm afraid their next target will be our Kunlun or the Demon Alliance. The Kunlun Empress expression flickered slightly. After a moment, she spoke decisively. Li Wei, go and make preparations. We'll immediately head to the Wood Witch tribe and inform the Wood Witch King to make a trip here. This time, we must strike first to gain the upper hand. Third update. Chapter 1169. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers. The Kunlun Empress was extremely decisive. The Wood Witch King had descended in the Twilight Desert. He had even been a guest in the Kunlun Imperial Palace for a period of time, and was quite fond of the Kunlun Empress. He had even sent people to Kunlun several times to ask for her hand in marriage. Although the Kunlun Empress had rejected him many times, he was still infatuated. But your majesty, will the Wood Witch King take this opportunity to ask for your hand in marriage again? Li Wei was a little hesitant. If he raises this condition, the Kunlun Empress' beautiful face blushed slightly. That person was deeply in love with her and had given her all these times. No matter what the condition was, he would agree to it without hesitation. Even if he had been rejected many times, he had no complaints or discouraged. The Kunlun Empress had cultivated for 1,000 years. Although she was extremely intelligent, her mind was pure. When had she ever been pursued like this? If she said she was not touched, she would definitely be lying. After a moment, she shook her head. No. Although he is overbearing and persistent, he will never use this as a threat. I believe in him. Li Wei glanced at the blushing empress, and a smile flashed across her beautiful face. This empress had always been generous. She rarely saw such a shy side of the empress. If that's the case, I will make this trip for your majesty. Invite the Wood Witch King. There's no need to invite the Wood Witch King. At this moment, a faint voice came from outside the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Palace, the two women suddenly changed and looked up. Who is it? The two women stared at the void above the Imperial Palace Hall. In the void, a smoke-like black shadow appeared and gradually turned into a handsome young man in black. He looked at the two of them with a smile in his eyes and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked indescribably elegant. The two women's expressions were unusually solemn. The Kunlun Imperial Palace was protected by the Earth Dragon energy. Ordinary people would be discovered by the Golden Dragon of Luck, transformed from the Earth Dragon energy, even if they entered the Imperial City, let alone sneaking into the Imperial Palace. The owner of this voice not only bypassed the Earth Dragon energy, but also the Golden Dragon of Luck, and appeared directly in the Kunlun Imperial Palace. Who are you? How dare you be so rude as to enter the Kunlun Imperial Palace? Li Wei questioned him sternly. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. This was an exceptionally beautiful woman dressed in red. Her temperament was elegant and mature. She looked to be in her 30s. She was as mature as a peach in April, giving people the urge to pluck her immediately. Flame attribute quasi-deity expert. Qin Feng nodded. This should be the first female official serving Her Majesty the Empress of Kunlun, Flame King Li Wei. I've heard a lot about you from the King of Thunder. You're even his dream lover. When he was young, he once pursued you passionately, but you mercilessly rejected him. King of Thunder, the expression on Li Wei's beautiful face changed. She looked at the black-robed young man in the void with fear. "You're the ninth underworld king." "Ninth underworld king." Qin Feng shook his head. "Actually, I prefer people to call me Pluto." Li Wei's face was full of anger. "Pluto, you've got guts. You actually dare to trespass into my Kuan too. Aren't you afraid that the experts of my Kuan too will gang up on you and kill you here?" "You can't say it like that. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes later will suffer a calamity. Aren't you guys thinking the same? Since you want to invite the Wood Shaman King to kill me, I naturally have to take precautions." Qin Feng smiled faintly. His gaze fell on the two women, and a trace of coldness flickered in the corners of his eyes. "However, when you say gang up on me, are you talking about the group of trash outside? Scoundrel, arrogant, thief, prepare to die." Just as he finished speaking, dozens of exceptionally tyrannical and terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted in the main hall. More than 30 rank 15 auras locked onto Qin Feng from the shrine like a tide. The terrifying power combined together in an indescribable trajectory and bombarded Qin Feng. With such a berserk power, even a quasi-deity wouldn't be able to block the joint attack of nearly 30 rank 15 experts. Qin Feng snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, disappearing from the spot in an instant. The extremely terrifying power bombarded the spot where he was standing. Bang! Time and space seemed to have been pierced, and the enormous power continued to extend. The entire Imperial Palace's main hall was suddenly torn apart from the inside. Rumble. In the entire Kunlun Imperial City, countless experts looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace in shock. "He's gone." In the sky outside the shrine, nearly 30 experts swept their sharp gazes across the surrounding void. "Be careful." At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky above the Imperial Palace. Kunlun Empress, Li Wei. The one who spoke was the Kunlun Empress. Her expression changed greatly as she looked at the void behind the 30 experts. There, a figure silently emerged from the void like a wisp of smoke. It was Qin Feng. He looked at the Kunlun Empress, and the corners of his mouth hooked up in an extremely mysterious arc. It was as if he was saying, "It's too late." Heaven rank law. 10,000 spirits transform. Tens of thousands of moon-like radiance shrouded the area. Among the 30-plus level 15 powerhouses, many of them were sensitive. The moment the Kunlun Empress opened her mouth, they immediately tore through the void and burrowed into the void. However, they were still a step too late. The bright moon-like radiance enveloped the area. At first, the 30-plus experts were puzzled. This kind of radiance didn't seem to have any direct offensive ability. But very soon, their expressions changed, becoming strange. Soon after, their expressions changed wildly. They gradually discovered that they were actually starting to lose control of their limbs, brains, and even the organs in their bodies seemed to have developed their own spirituality and wanted to become independent, including every pore on their body, every strand of blood, bones, and even their souls. They all gave birth to their own consciousness and began to struggle free of their body sovereignty. The group of people started to dance with joy in a strange manner. What are they doing? Many experts who had rushed over were dumbstruck as they looked at the rank 15 experts who had started to dance with joy. "Your Majesty, what's going on with them?" Li Wei looked at the 30-plus experts in bewilderment. Her expression was indescribable, and there was a strong sense of confusion amidst her wariness. She could sense that these 30-odd fifth-order powerhouses were not injured at all. Their vitality and spirits were also unusually vigorous. Their divine spirits also didn't suffer any damage. Strange. It was too strange. The Kunlun Empress was different. Her cultivation was stronger, and she had a national treasure on her. With the support of her divine consciousness, she could see even more clearly. At this time, the spirituality of the 30-plus experts was like a huge sun. Hundreds of consciousnesses of the same origin seemed to have been born in each of their bodies, fighting with them for control of their bodies, and even the control of their organs. It was as if every organ was independent, wanting to break away from the body and become demons. It was abnormally terrifying. Chapter 1170. More than 30 powerhouses were in agony. Amid the spiritual conflicts, some of them even tore off their arms and fled into the sky. Some of them tore off their legs and turned their bones into streams of light as they fled. Some of their ribs tore their flesh and flew out of their bodies. For a moment, the level 15 powerhouses around the temple were in a terrible fix. Some of them even fled for no reason, causing that powerhouse to turn pale with fright. Those who fled on their own could be said to be carrying some kind of spirituality in their divine bodies. Once they fled, their spirituality would be damaged. It would be extremely difficult to recover. It was definitely not something that could be done in a few days or years. Hearing the commotion, a wave of powerhouses rushed over one after another. When they saw the situation, their expressions were all very interesting. These level 15 powerhouses were the absolute upper echelons of Kuan-Tu in the past. Their status was revered, but now they were in such a miserable state. Not only that, but someone was actually chasing a certain important part of their naked body that was flying in mid-air. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. Many people felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to go forward and help, but they were afraid of being killed and following in the footsteps of these people. By then, they would be utterly disgraced. Pardon, dragon energy suppression. The Kunlun Queen's expression changed. She took a few steps forward and shouted softly, "Roar!" As if they had heard an ancient dragon's roar, countless golden clouds appeared in the void, and a huge golden dragon of luck emerged from the depths of the void. Its eyes were fixed on the 30 experts who were in a mess on the ground. Roar! The golden dragon breathed out, and a dense golden light enveloped the 30-plus people. In an instant, the 30-plus people suddenly quieted down. Even the broken arms and fingers that were flying around in the air seemed to have been frozen, unable to move. Their spirituality was suppressed by the dragon energy. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. Obviously, the majesty of the dragon energy was the nemesis of such spirituality. On the ground, many powerhouses began to circulate their divine power to suppress the rampaging spirituality in their bodies. Qin Feng looked at this scene coldly and did not stop them. Qin Feng did not intend to kill these people in the first place. After subduing the Kunlun Empress, these people were all junior infernal gods. They were his subordinates. Killing one of them was enough to make Qin Feng's heart ache. At the side, Li Wei was exceptionally vigilant as she stared at Qin Feng warily. She was afraid that Qin Feng would take the opportunity to sneak an attack on the Kunlun Empress. After suppressing the spirituality in the bodies of her subordinates, the Kunlun Empress finally freed up her hands. Seeing that Qin Feng did not make any move to launch a sneak attack, she was slightly surprised and looked at this ninth underworld king with a solemn expression. Just now, Qin Feng had suddenly disappeared under the joint attack of everyone. The power that leaked out from his finger was far from being as simple as a quasi-deity. He was definitely a greater celestial king. Even if they weren't, they would at least possess the battle prowess of a king. Taking a deep look at this ninth underworld king, the Kunlun Empress said indifferently, "Ninth underworld king, I understand your intentions. This matter is between the two of us. If you want to annex my Kunlun country, it's very simple. Follow me." She glanced at Qin Feng indifferently. With a cold expression, her figure flashed, and a stream of light disappeared from Kunlun Royal City. Qin Feng smiled faintly and swept a glance at Kunlun Royal City. A trace of a cold smile flashed in his eyes, and his figure flashed as he followed closely behind. Seeing the two of them disappear, Li Wei's eyes were slightly hesitant. The next moment, she also chose to follow. The Kunlun Empress was facing the extremely dangerous ninth underworld king alone. She was really worried. 100,000 li away from Kunlun Royal City. This was a boundless sea of sand. Wind and sand billowed, and yellow sand flew everywhere. Following the aura of the Kunlun Empress, Qin Feng appeared above the yellow sand. From afar, he saw the figure of the Kunlun Empress in the sea of sand. In the yellow sand, she was dressed in white and had an indescribable elegance. She was hugging her phoenix-tailed zither. As if sensing his arrival, the white-clothed empress turned around and plucked the zither strings with her slender, jade-like hands. Ding-dong! A formless energy surged, and the surrounding sand and wind within 1,000 li seemed to freeze for a moment. The next moment, it returned to normal. What a terrifying energy! Her aura had already reached the realm of a greater celestial king. Qin Feng swept a glance and smiled faintly in his heart. Is this the power of the country's guardian treasure? He walked closer. When he was about 300 meters away from the Empress, his footsteps stopped. Your Majesty, this king knows that you don't want this king to take action in Kunlun Royal City, so this king will follow your wishes. However, you should at least give this king an explanation. A faint voice spread into the sand and wind. In the distance, several streams of light appeared. Qin Feng swept a glance at the place where the streams of light appeared. Quasi-deity aura. For quasi-deities, the foundation of Kunlun Royal City had somewhat exceeded Qin Feng's imagination. It was actually even above the Earth giant race. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, this was nothing. If he wanted to, he could kill all 4 quasi-deities with a thought. Explanation: the Kunlun Empress raised her head, and a trace of coldness flickered in her eyes. If you can walk out of this desert, I'll spare your life. This is the explanation this Empress is giving you. Ding-dong! At this moment, the crisp sound of a zither seemed to have transformed into a life-reaping divine weapon. Countless chills suddenly enveloped Qin Feng's entire body. Poochie poochie! It was as if countless sharp blades had suddenly pierced into Qin Feng's divine body in space-time. The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. That was a sound wave blade. The power of sound loss. It was very fast. It was so fast that even space-time was instantly sliced apart. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng's fleshly body suddenly turned into thousands of pieces and collapsed in the void. You have some ability. Rumor has it that Her Majesty, the Kunlun Empress, is proficient in the law of Earth. Who would have thought that she had secretly cultivated the law of sound to the quasi-deity level? Her Majesty, the Kunlun Empress, is indeed a rarely seen, peerless genius among the past empresses of Kunlun country. This scene was extremely terrifying. His body was suddenly ambushed and shattered into thousands of pieces, but he actually didn't die. Moreover, he looked abnormally calm. If it was an ordinary quasi-deity, even if they didn't die after being hit by such a terrifying sound wave blade, they would suffer heavy injuries. A trace of dense chilliness flashed through the Kunlun Empress's eyes. She plucked the zither again, and a formless and terrifying sound wave appeared in the void. True God law, silence of the heavens. The formless sound wave swept over, and its speed was even faster than the flow of space-time. At first, there was no sound, but it gradually became louder. When the formless light arrived in front of Qin Feng, it was as if heaven and earth were shaking, and a tsunami was roaring. Qin Feng's true body didn't have time to reassemble in time. In an instant, thousands of pieces of his body were bombarded. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if thousands of fireworks were exploding in the void. Countless pieces of his body turned into fine powder with a loud bang and scattered into the yellow sand that filled the sky. Qin Feng's divine body had been thoroughly blasted into fine powder. Almost every inch of life force had been obliterated. Dead. In the distance, the 4 quasi-deities who had witnessed this scene had grave expressions. Their divine senses swept through the desert within 1,000 miles. The desert was deathly still. Apart from the sound of the wind blowing, there was no other sign of life. Chapter 1171. The Kunlun Empress looked around her. In all fairness, she didn't want to believe that the ninth underworld king had been killed so easily. She scanned with her divine cognition. Under the enhancement of the phoenix tail zither, her current strength was comparable to an ordinary Hotion true god. The pseudo-god power in her body had also temporarily transformed into the power of a true god. Moreover, because of the sound law, one of the top 10 iron rules of cultivation, her combat power might even be stronger than an ordinary Hotion true god. Whether you're dead or alive, don't think of escaping my eyes. The Kunlun Empress sneered. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the zither spread out along with the waves of her hands. Invisible sound waves spread out in all directions and seeped into the sea of sand and the strong winds. They even seeped into various space-time dimensions and messed up space-time. Bam! Suddenly, the Kunlun Empress heard a subtle sound in the depths of space-time. Her figure flashed, and the zither instantly locked onto that strange space-time dimension. With a flick of her hand, an extremely dense, invisible light suddenly flew out. True God law, destruction of all worlds. The invisible space-time was cut open, and a black-clothed figure appeared. Qin Feng looked at the invisible light blade that cut through space-time in surprise. The body of an extraterrestrial true demon already had the ability to travel through space-time and hide in space-time dimensions. Logically speaking, even an ordinary true god wouldn't be able to lock onto his true body. The space-time dimension had countless layers, and it was impossible to be found. But the Kunlun Empress did it. Not only did she find his tracks, but she also locked onto him without any mistake. The sound law was indeed abnormally terrifying and unpredictable. There was no time to dodge at all. The sound wave hit Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed when he was hit. Countless flesh and blood on the surface of his body started to expand like atomic fission. The strange sound wave seeped into his body, causing his flesh and blood cells to start to fission and explode one by one. Like a chain infection, it instantly entered his entire body and even caused his divine spirit to rapidly fission. It was as if the terrifying power of a star's explosion had accumulated in his body. The next moment, he was about to explode like a volcano. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the Kunlun Empress at the end of space-time in surprise. Bam, bam, bam. The next moment, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted with him as the center. Even the space-time dimension seemed to be completely detonated by this power. Boom! Billions of terrifying mushroom clouds erupted from the depths of space-time. The surrounding myriad worlds seemed to have been completely obliterated and collapsed. Rumble. The violent, tearing power penetrated through the incomparably long distance, as well as the layers of space, and entered the world of the Yellow Sea. Rumble. As if it had been waiting for a long time, or as if it had happened in the next second, a terrifying power gushed out from the depths of the void. The terrifying shockwave directly tore the void apart. A massive spatial crack shot down from the sky, extending all the way to the earth. A massive canyon tore open. The terrifying power directly tore open a huge hole in the sea of sand that stretched for tens of thousands of miles and tens of thousands of feet, extending deep into the ground. It was as if it was about to reach the abyss of hell. Looking at the terrifying aura leaking out from the void, the four quasi-deities were unable to recover for a long time. The four quasi-deities felt as if their divine souls had been shattered by that world-shaking explosion. What a terrifying power! A quasi-deity couldn't help but murmur. He was still in shock. How could the other three quasi-deities not be the same? That terrifying power fluctuation had already far surpassed that of an ordinary Hotion true god. If one were to say that it was a middle true god, they would definitely believe it. Myriad worlds annihilation. This is the second profound of the law of sound. Its power is indeed terrifying, but only our Empress can use it. Li Wei didn't conceal the admiration in her eyes. Everyone knew that the Kunlun Empress cultivated the innate Mother Earth method and had reached perfection in the Tao of Earth. She was an Earth-origin quasi-deity. However, no one knew that the Kunlun Empress's strongest innate talent wasn't Earth, but rather sound, which had always been neglected. That ninth underworld king was also unlucky. Yeah, the Empress has always been low-key. This ninth underworld king delivered himself to her doorstep. Is that ninth underworld king dead? He's definitely dead. Under such a terrifying attack, even a legendary fourth-level heaven expert would die if caught off guard, let alone a mere nameless ninth underworld king. With the death of this ninth underworld king, I'm afraid our Empress' strength will be exposed. A female quasi-deity said with slight hesitation. Another quasi-deity faintly smiled. Being exposed is also good. We could take advantage of this opportunity to unify the desert. Right, after killing the ninth underworld king, we can annex the ninth underworld tribe in one fell swoop. The four quasi-deities were delighted. With a flash of light, the Kunlun Empress appeared in front of the four quasi-deities. Congratulations to your Majesty the Empress for killing a powerful enemy. The four quasi-deities promptly saluted, unable to conceal their smiles. All right, no need to be so polite. He was merely a nameless pawn. You should know what to do next. An indifferent smile flashed through the Kunlun Empress' eyes. It was as if killing the ninth underworld king was just like stepping on an insignificant ant. Yes, your Majesty, we already know what to do. The four quasi-deities nodded. After returning, we will make our subordinates prepare. Within a month, we will definitely plant the flag of Kuntu in every territory of 9 underworld sacred city. The four quasi-deities couldn't suppress their joy. Your Majesty the Empress, where are you planning to go? An indifferent voice suddenly echoed in the void. It was as if a cold wind was blowing. The expressions of the 5 women who were about to leave abruptly changed. They turned around, and the Kunlun Empress and the others could see that a thick black fog was spewing out from the huge space-time rift that had yet to close. Silently, the black fog transformed into a peerlessly handsome black-clothed youth. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back with an indifferent expression and a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Ninth Underworld King. Seeing this black-clothed youth, the 5 women were greatly shaken. You haven't died? The Kunlun Empress' beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This was too unbelievable. That true god law, myriad worlds annihilation, had the terrifying ability to destroy heaven and earth. Even if a true god had the protection of a true god's power, they still wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of destructive power. Even the godhead would be completely shattered from the inside by the power of the explosion. Looking at the Kunlun Empress' bewildered expression, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. If it was an ordinary Hotian true god, encountering this kind of terrifying power, they might really be seriously injured or even die. Their divine soul would directly be annihilated by this kind of terrifying and violent explosion. But he was different. He had the body of an extraterrestrial true devil and had condensed an undying and indestructible will. Although he wasn't able to leave in time and destroy the body of an extraterrestrial true devil, as long as his devil intent didn't die, he could reconstruct his true body. He raised his head and calmly looked at the Kunlun Empress. Your Majesty the Empress, are you ready? Our second round is about to begin. Chapter 1172. The second round. Kunlun Empress clenched her jade-like hand that was hidden behind her back. She took a deep breath. At this time, she clearly understood how difficult it was to deal with this ninth underworld king in front of her. A deep sense of foreboding shrouded her heart. Even such a terrifying attack couldn't kill this person. In such a short time, she couldn't imagine what kind of method would be needed to kill this ninth underworld king. Empress, With Li Wei in the lead, the four quasi-deities looked at Kunlun Empress worriedly. The four of them wanted to lend Kunlun Empress a helping hand. In the sky, Qin Feng indifferently looked at this scene. If quasi-deity level existences dared to interfere in a battle between deities, they could only be cannon fodder. Although he did not want to kill these four future subordinates. If these four people forcefully interfered, he did not mind killing all four of these beauties in this sea of sand. All of you step back. Kunlun Empress stopped the four of them. In a battle between deities, quasi-deities rashly interfering was courting death. The four quasi-deities naturally understood this point. Seeing Kunlun Empress stop them, the four of them slowly retreated dozens of li. A wise choice. Qin Feng chuckled. When his laughter faded, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. Your Majesty, Empress, today this king will let you see the difference between a false god and a true god. Not good. The instant Qin Feng's figure disappeared, Kunlun Empress's heart immediately tightened. She spread out her divine sense. But her enormous divine sense simply couldn't capture the ninth underworld king's movements. That ninth underworld king was right. A false god was a false god. The difference between their divine sense and a true god's divine sense was too great. They simply couldn't react to a true god's movements. Kunlun Empress didn't panic in her heart. Relying on divine sense alone couldn't capture the ninth underworld king's movements. But she had another method. Ding-dong. Without any sound, a formless sound wave was emitted from the jade zither. The formless sound wave permeated the surrounding 1,000 li of space-time. Kacha. The densely packed 1,000 li of space-time was like a mirror that couldn't bear the power of the sound wave's resonance and shattered inch by inch. The 10 strongest iron rules are indeed worthy of their reputation. With such ability, I'm afraid that any true god would find it difficult to sneak attack you, Your Majesty. In another space-time, Qin Feng appeared with a frown. He was like a roaming dragon in space and time. He had the body of an extraterritorial true devil, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. However, the Kunlun Empress had shattered the space and time within 1,000 miles around her. He couldn't approach within 1,000 miles of the Kunlun Empress. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to fall into the extremely fragile space and time that had already collapsed. Once caught in it, it was easy to become a target. He frowned. In such a situation, even if he had the body of an other-realm true devil, if he could not get close, it would be difficult for him to severely injure the Kunlun Empress. Ding-dong! The Kunlun Empress instantly turned around. The moment Qin Feng's figure appeared, the sound of the zither locked onto the spot where Qin Feng was standing. Formless sound waves flew out like a storm. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out. Hundreds of miles of space-time, like a chain of explosions, suddenly turned into nothingness. In the void tens of thousands of feet away, a black light appeared, transforming into Qin Feng's figure. Sweeping a glance at the spot where the explosion had occurred, Qin Feng's expression turned slightly cold. Looks like I have to cripple this Empress first before I can completely subdue her. With a thought, a radiance as bright as the moon appeared. 10,000 milky white mystic lights rained down like a surging tide. Heaven-rank laws, myriad spirit transmutation. Ding-dong. The rapid sound of the zither rang out like a magnificent army. Rumble. The spiritual light that came crashing down shattered like layers of waves. The sound of the huge explosion continued upwards, rushing straight towards Qin Feng. The Kunlun Empress's expression was cold. She recognized the essence of this divine light. Previously, it was this divine light that caused the spirituality of more than 30 level 15 experts to go berserk at the same time, causing them to fall into madness. The power of myriad spirit transmutation was shattered. This was within Qin Feng's expectations. And the reason why he used this law was to cover for the next bombardment. Heaven Steel Mystic Technique, 4th Style, God Slaying. His hands rapidly formed seals, and a terrifying aura condensed from his body. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, and with the completion of this seal, a mysterious aura seemed to have appeared. There seemed to be an extremely mysterious aura descending upon him. His mind seemed to have come into contact with a profound mystery that could slaughter all living things and destroy heaven and earth. God-slaying seal? The origin of the slaughter law? Slight contact, and a trace of shock flashed across Qin Feng's face. At this moment, the killing aura in heaven and earth suddenly converged into the seals in his hands, attracting the power of the slaughter law. This trace of the slaughter law stirred his mind. Kill, 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 kill. Kill all things in the world. The terrifying law stirred, and the demonic aura in his body turned into a soaring, killing intent. At this moment, the countless killing essences of the lifeless demonic path in his mind were all comprehended like water flowing through a canal. The 48,000 heavenly path life-killing techniques were turned into nourishment. The 48,000 heavenly path life-killing techniques originated from the Tai-Bai, sex Tai-Bai, life-killing sword technique. The primordial life-killing sword technique was about being imposing and domineering. However, after being incorporated into the demonic path, it was later reorganized by Zhang Xian, the founder of the lifeless sword sect, and mixed with yin and yang, the orthodox heavenly path, to form the lifeless killing Tao. Rumble. Countless blood-red murderous auras shot out from Qin Feng's head, forming 3 lotuses, black, white, and blood-red. This was the supreme realm of the lifeless killing Tao, 3 flowers at one's prominence. The 3 lotuses represented the 3 chaotic killing intents in heaven and earth. Qin Feng had never thought that the last style of the Heaven Steel Mystic technique would have such a change, to be able to attract the slaughter law. This God-fiend ultimate technique was truly astounding. Intense killing intent attacked his mind. His expression did not change, and his demonic heart remained unchanged. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. As a supreme heart demon, his control over his state of mind far exceeded that of ordinary true gods. If it were an ordinary true god, they would inevitably be affected by this terrifying, chaotic, killing intent. Ding-dong. Sound waves that could shatter 10,000 worlds blasted onto the blood-red and berserk killing intent on the surface of Qin Feng's body. The moment Qin Feng activated the God-slaying seal, Kunlun Empress felt it. That terrifying killing intent that could kill the heavens, kill the earth, and annihilate all living things. She strummed the zither in her hands with all her might. However, the terrifying thing was that when those sound waves that could shatter 10,000 worlds landed on the blood-red chaotic killing intent, they were like a sieve that was pierced through, becoming riddled with holes. Qin Feng's mind was unmoved as he carefully comprehended the power of the God-slaying seal. He allowed Kunlun Empress sound waves that could annihilate heaven and earth and shatter the heavens to bombard his body. Slaughter, this kind of pure slaughter in his eyes, might be able to be transformed from a heart demon into a supreme chaos killing sword that specialized in splitting the divine soul, fusing the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man, mixed with a bit of pure killing intent from all living things. With a thought, the God-slaying seal in Qin Feng's hand changed slightly. The countless killing intents in his hand were compressed and refined, gradually transforming into a blood-red killing sword that could slaughter heaven and earth. All living things in the world seemed to dim and die under this blood-red killing intent. Thunderclaps erupted in the sea of sand. In the next moment, Qin Feng's figure merged with the blood-red killing sword. A blood-red splendor suddenly streaked across space and time. The blood-red splendor burst forth as if tearing apart space and time. It was indescribable. At that moment, the blood-red splendor dyed heaven and earth red, rainbow piercing the sun. The expression of Kunlun Empress, who was strumming the zither with all her might, suddenly froze. A small gap appeared on her forehead, and even a blood-red gap appeared in the depths of her divine soul. She raised her head and glanced at the four quasi-deities above the sea of sand with difficulty. A trace of grief appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 1173. Why is it like this? A trace of panic flashed across the Kunlun Emperor's face. She could feel her life slipping away bit by bit. In the depths of her divine soul, there was a trace of blood-red, killing intent that was tearing her divine soul apart inch by inch, causing the injuries in her divine soul to be difficult to heal. 30 meters behind her, Qin Feng's figure appeared, holding a blood-red, formless short sword in his hand. It was blood-red, like the most beautiful treasure in the world. This was a killing sword condensed from primal chaos, killing intent. As the killing intent in Qin Feng's heart dissipated, the blood-red color gradually faded away, turning into nothingness. However, it was engraved in Qin Feng's heart. That blood-red killing intent had already left a mark. As long as Qin Feng needed it, it could reappear at any time. Hearing this, he turned around, and his gaze landed on the white-clothed Kunlun Empress. He walked closer and looked at this peerless beauty from a close distance. This woman was indeed one of the most outstanding women Qin Feng had ever come into contact with. No matter if it was her appearance or cultivation, the law of sound, one of the top 10 iron laws, she was actually able to cultivate to the quasi-deity realm, only a step away from advancing to the greater celestial king realm. Unfortunately, she was just a step away. Otherwise, today's outcome might have been different. This is the difference between a false god and a true god. Although a false god can possess the attack power of a true god for a short period of time due to some external means and treasures, their own defense will never be able to compare to a true god's. In other words, you can't make the slightest mistake, or else. Qin Feng shook his head. I see. A trace of sadness flashed across the Kunlun Empress' beautiful face. She closed her eyes. Her divine soul had already begun to disintegrate under the blood-red, killing intent. Empress. 4 quasi-deity auras appeared silently. Like a violent storm, they bombarded the 9th underworld King Qin Feng, who was beside the Empress. A trace of coldness flashed across Qin Feng's face. Stop! At this time, the Empress opened her eyes, and a fierce look flashed across them. Your Majesty. 4 graceful figures appeared beside the Kunlun Empress. Their gazes were all locked onto the black-robed figure not far away. Qin Feng's eyes were indifferent. Towards the killing intent of the 4 women, his patience had gradually reached its peak. Don't be silly. The 4 of you are responsible for the rise and fall of Kuan Tuesday. After I die, Kuan Tu will be handed over to you. Empress, the 4 women were in great sorrow. You'll be fine. We'll bring you back immediately and find the best divine medicine and treasures. The Kunlun Empress shook her head. Her gaze fell on the black-clothed youth not far away. It's useless. My soul has already been severely damaged and torn apart. It's impossible for it to recover. All of you, remember this. After you return, immediately surrender to the 9 Abyss tribe. No, that's impossible. Your Majesty, we will never submit to the 9 Serenities tribe. Even if we die, we will perish together with them. The 4 quasi-deities looked at Qin Feng with hatred. Fool, are you his match? Don't tell me you want to see the foundation established by our ancestors for 10,000 years be destroyed in our hands. The Kunlun Empress coldly berated. Her complexion was pale, but she had a majesty that the 4 quasi-deities couldn't resist. The 4 of you are practically my elders and grew up together. You should know my last wish. Live well for me, protect the Kuan Tu country, and ascend to godhood one day. Take a good look at the scenery after godhood for me. The Kunlun Empress's beautiful eyes were filled with regret. As a rarely seen, peerless genius of Kuan Tu, she originally had great hopes of breaking through to greater celestial king realm and ascending to the higher realm. But today, unfortunately, she had fallen here. Even though she was unwilling and regretful, she could only do so. Empress. The four quasi-deities knelt on the ground with sorrowful expressions. They were unable to control their anger. That's enough. You're not dead yet, but you're already crying. At the side, Qin Feng couldn't bear to watch anymore and walked over. Ninth Underworld King, don't go overboard. The four women suddenly raised their heads. The flames of anger were like volcanoes that were about to erupt. Qin Feng walked over and swept a glance at the four quasi-deities blocking his way. With a thought, their bodies stiffened and they couldn't move. He walked in front of the Kunlun Empress and looked straight at this peerlessly beautiful white-clothed Empress. Kunlun Empress, if this king can save you, how will you repay this king? What? You can save the Empress? Before the Kunlun Empress could speak, the four quasi-deities had already reacted. Li Wei directly spoke. Ninth Underworld King, as long as you can save the Empress, we will agree to any conditions, including making Kuan to submit. Qin Feng looked at the four women. The four women glanced at each other before their gazes landed on the Kunlun Empress, whose eyes were closed. After a moment, a beautiful quasi-deity in green spoke. As long as we can save the Empress, not only will we make Kuan to submit, but we will also swear to fight for you for the rest of our lives. Good, straightforward. Qin Feng clapped and smiled. His gaze landed on the white-clothed Empress's body, and Qin Feng smiled faintly. This white-clothed Empress's injuries were about the same as the third sword ancestor Dugu, Xie's, Old Flame, Yu Ningxiang's injuries. Both of their divine souls were scattered. For an ordinary true god, even an innate true god might not be able to save him from such an injury. Compared to the physical body, divine soul injuries were even more difficult to treat, especially since the white-clothed Empress's divine soul still contained the primal chaos, killing intent left behind by Qin Feng. The slightest carelessness would cause her divine soul to disintegrate. However, this was relatively easy for Qin Feng. Firstly, he was the main culprit who left behind the primal chaos killing intent. Controlling that primal chaos killing intent was as easy as flipping his hand. Secondly, there were treasures that could heal the divine soul. For others, this kind of divine soul healing treasure was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Even the third sword ancestor Dugu Xie, this kind of terrifying existence who swept through the epic, couldn't find a divine soul healing medicine. However, Qin Feng had two of them. The first was the tear of the Underworld Emperor that he had traded with the Zombie Emperor. The souls of zombies were extremely pure and only contained a small amount of yin qi. However, as their cultivation level increased, the yin qi would be refined. Especially when they were undergoing tribulation, they would automatically attract yin fire to burn them. If they failed, most of the zombie souls would be scattered. However, there was an extremely small number of zombies who, by chance, attracted yin fire to preserve their soul essence and turn it into a tear of soul. The tear of soul was divided into several grades. Generally, it was called the tear of the underworld, followed by the tear of the underworld king, and the highest grade was the tear of the underworld emperor. The tear of the underworld king would only be born after a supreme being, zombie, underwent nirvana. The tear of the underworld emperor would only appear after a heaven realm zombie underwent nirvana. This kind of treasure was a supreme divine medicine that could heal the divine soul. Back then, this kind of treasure was what Qin Feng had asked for the third sword ancestor. The second kind was the triple brilliance sacred water. The triple brilliance sacred water was nurtured by the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars. It contained the power of billions of stars and was the purest power of creation. For the second kind of treasure, Qin Feng had obtained almost as much as a pond on the cloud ridge. The triple brilliance sacred water that had been nurtured in the spring on the cloud ridge for millions of years had fallen into his hands. These two kinds of treasures could heal the injuries of the Kunlun Empress. To Qin Feng, the Kunlun Empress couldn't die for the time being. This woman had an extraordinary relationship with the Wood Witch King. Qin Feng had a plan in mind. If it succeeded, Lin Huang would be his. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.